knows it, and your vestibular system knows it, and it doesn't like it.
I bet.
And
I bet it doesn't. And then you land, and what are you feeling? You've been in space for months. Now what? Well, how do your legs feel?
your muscles don't work anymore. It's been so long since you have attempted to use most of your small muscles. The big muscles we exercise, but it's the small ones that work in tandem with the big ones that don't get worked very much. And so when you come home, you need all of that set working for you. And so for me, it took about 24 hours because before I could stand easily, I could walk with a normal gait. But it would be about 3.5 weeks before I could run 2 miles in the same time, or I could lift the same amount of weight on the bench press. And their rehabilitation, since they were there twice as long as me, I'm going to guess that their rehabilitation is going to take twice as long as mine, and mine was about 3.5 weeks. So I'm going to say for them 6 to 8 weeks.
What? Any other changes to the body that you notice when you're away from Earth for all this time?
Your muscles are weak until you build them back up through rehabilitation. The thing that you don't know about is your bone structure. We had a couple long-duration astronauts in the past who came back. They had rehabilitated. They were declared normal from an athletic standpoint, but one of them jumped off a stage to work on his laptop, when he was giving a presentation to a school, and he broke his hip.
Wow.
Another one was riding a bicycle and hit a patch of water and the bike slid out from under him, and he had a crash and he broke his hip. So the piece of this that's unknown, unless you do a bone scan, which we do periodically, is when your bones come back to 100%. And that took me a little over a year.
It makes me wonder, there is this aspiration someday to send astronauts to Mars. I mean, that's a really long mission. Do you worry?
Exactly.
Do you think that's possible for the body?
Yeah, I think it's possible, which is why we're doing a lot of what we're doing today, to go back to the moon, to have these guys on long duration missions over time, multiple astronauts. We gather more data on the physicality and the mental impacts to the psyche and to the body. And that's the only way we're going to be able to develop the countermeasures that might be needed to do a 6 to 9 month trip just to get to Mars. And you'll probably spend 6 to 9 months on the surface before you spend 6 to 9 months to come home. So we're talking about potentially a 3-year trip, right?
That's a long time.
It is. And we don't know, I think, and this is Clay's opinion, I think we're smarter on the body's physicality and how to fix and work with that. We're smarter on that than we are with the mental aspects of all this.
Let's talk about the space station itself. What's the living situation? How big is it for you on a daily basis living there?
You'd be surprised. For your listeners, right, you're in microgravity, so there is no down. There is a floor, but you don't have to be on the floor. You're able to do exercise. You're able to enjoy movies. I mean, it's very much like living in a 4-bedroom house with 2 kitchenettes. And when I lived there, it was a 3-bedroom house with 1 kitchenette and 1 toilet, and now you have 2 toilets. Another key part of this.
Yeah, so it's better since you've been there. It's expanded and bigger. Do you have to anchor watch a movie? You don't want to float the whole time, right? Do you sort of just anchor yourself to something?
You do. You can put your feet under a handrail or a foot rail. And sometimes we have loops. We create little foot loops that you can just stick your foot in. And that's the cool part, right? Is I can lay back and I can interlock my hands behind my head and flat my elbows out like you do on a lawn chair on the beach.
Yeah.
And you don't need the lawn chair.
That's pretty darn cool. It really is. But there's no showers for you up there, right, though?
Correct. We towel bathe. Showers they tried in the Skylab world. Of course, with no gravity, you can't get the water to drain off your body and go down into a drain. And so the Skylab astronauts had to use a vacuum cleaner to remove the water from their bodies. We do the same, except without a shower. So we use a hot, wet towel with some kind of disinfectant in it. I use the Russian version. And then you clean your body off, and then you rinse your body off with another towel, and then you dry off before you put your clothes on.
That
So
sounds so different, though. That has to take some getting used to.
it did, but I will tell your listeners this, that it was probably one of the best things for me psychologically to clean up. And especially when I had brand new clothes, fresh clothes to put on, it was a huge psychological motivator for me.
The food, we have this vision of pouches. Everything's in a pouch. Is that really true?
Pouch or cat food can, yeah.
That doesn't sound cat food can. That does not sound very appetizing.
Well, the Russians, and I loved the Russian food. I loved it more than the American food because Russians don't take the salt out. They don't take the fat out like the Americans do. And so they don't take a lot of the taste out. And so I enjoyed cracking open a can, which was the size of a cat food can. And it had that little layer of grease on the top. And it was heated in a machine that would allow the can to get hot. And so when you popped it out and when you opened the top and when you stirred all that grease layer down into the food, man, it was really good. Like eating a can of Dinty Moore beef stew.
See, I can visualize that better than cat food. So I'm glad you used something that I've had before, and I appreciate that. Now, is there any fresh anything that you eat?
We got fresh food in a Russian Progress when I was up there because that was our typical supply vehicle. The problem with fresh food is it has to go through a launch. And if you put bananas and apples and pears in a bag on a rocket, they come up and it looks like somebody attacked it with a ball-peen hammer.
Really?
Because they get bruised and they get nasty. And, Fyodor, my Russian colleague, he used to send me stuff or pass me stuff down a module, an apple from the Progress, and I could never eat it because to me it was gross because it was just so bruised up. I just couldn't do it.
What about sleeping? I mean, I read somewhere there are 16 sunrises and sunsets in a day as you move around the Earth. Is that right?
You are correct. An orbit's roughly 90 minutes, so you got a sunset 16 times a day, a sunrise and a sunset. Sleeping was my favorite sport. I could have won an Olympic gold in sleeping in space. And you don't worry about the lighting because, my sleep station at that time had no windows. It was very cold with a nice little air conditioning vent, and it was very quiet. And so sleeping for me, once I got my body and my brain got used to being in space, it came pretty easily.
As far as space travel and where we are now, I mean, you talked about being on the shuttle. We don't have shuttles anymore. You with NASA. Now, of course, NASA still has the program and the astronauts, but now we have SpaceX. Boeing has tried. Obviously, the Starliner was their first attempt to bring a capsule to the space station. They had issues with it. They had to send it back unmanned. So Boeing's still trying to figure this out. Do you like the way it's evolving in the space program?
Yeah, I have to say yes. I think that it's important that people keep it in context. Everything that the commercial people are doing, Boeing, Blue Origin, SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, all of them, they're working to push the envelope forward, and that's a good thing. NASA, in all its glory, is a bit bureaucratic. It takes a lot longer to do things, right? We're relying a lot on Congress to make sure we're funded and all those good things. But I think overall, having guys like Bezos and Musk and Branson pushing the envelope makes it very, very positive for me as I look to the future. Commercial spaceflight is good. Think of us as the Wright brothers. And so we're kind of in the same place with space travel in the commercial world, right? We've got to get the price down so that it's available to many more humans. And then who knows what could happen.
He's known as Astro Clay, retired NASA astronaut Clayton Anderson. He's also an adjunct professor now at Iowa State University and president and CEO of the Strategic Air Command and Aerospace Museum, which is in Nebraska. He's the only astronaut Nebraska has ever had. Clayton, thanks very much for joining us.
You bet. My pleasure. Anytime. I'd be honored to be with you anytime.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free, to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
The YMCA is just a starting line, for the true self blooms only when we find our purpose, what makes us tick below the surface. My why is diversity in unity, a safe space in my community, living with sincerity, giving every day my everything. With my why, I stand strong, seen and supported all along. It's a million faces in a mirror and everyone belongs. Find your why. Learn more at ymca.org for a better us.
Yo, Collegeville. Follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now. Kayal and Company weekday mornings. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
All of the people that at one point in the last 9 years have said they will leave the country after Donald Trump was elected. Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Rachel Maddow, Barbara Streisand, Stormy Daniels, Eminem, and Tommy Lee. The clock is absolutely ticking. We're going to stay up on this and we're going to keep tabs on you. They always go out and they say this. They never do it as if anybody really actually cares. Nobody is going to miss any of these people.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A down day across the board on Wall Street Tuesday as the Dow lost 260 points, the S&P 500 60, and the NASDAQ 305. Tesla down over 5.3%. The big news today should come from the Federal Reserve, which will announce its new interest rate decision at the close of its latest two-day meeting. It's expected the rate will remain unchanged. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will speak this afternoon. Google down over 2% Tuesday, but it is buying cybersecurity firm Wiz for $32 billion. NVIDIA down over 3.3%. CEO Jensen Huang kicking off the company's developer conference, though, Tuesday, saying he expects NVIDIA's data center infrastructure revenue to hit $1 trillion by 2028, and that GM is going to integrate NVIDIA technology in its new fleet of self-driving cars. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
A law that dates back to 1798 is suddenly playing a prominent role in a legal fight over deportations by the Trump administration. The Alien Enemies Act gives a U.S. president broader authority to arrest and deport non-U.S. citizens during wartime. It hadn't been invoked in the U.S. since World War II, until last weekend, when President Trump used it to deport suspected members of violent foreign gangs, including Venezuela-based Tren de Aragua, or TDA.
That statute vests in the president full, complete, and plenary authority to remove the alien enemy threat from the United States as expeditiously as possible.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller calls the deportations one of the most successful counterterrorism operations in American history. Nearly 300 people were on several flights, not all of them under the Alien Enemies Act, and they were sent to El Salvador, which the White House says is being paid about $6 million for detentions.
So when you bring a foreign national into this country illegally, and then we have to remove them, and we negotiate with foreign countries for their removal, and we make a deal with those countries, that is a policy issue that the State Department has purview to do.
Counselor to the president, Alina Habba, calls pushback from a federal judge ridiculous. The White House says the flights were already in the air when Judge James Boasberg tried to block the deportations and ordered that planes be turned around. President Trump telling Fox's Laura Ingraham,
he's radical left. He was Obama appointed. And he actually said we shouldn't be able to take criminals, killers, murderers, horrible, the worst people, gang members, gang leaders, that we shouldn't be allowed to take them out of our country. Well, that's a presidential job. That's not for a local judge to be making that determination.
He says the judge should be impeached. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts issuing a statement that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement with a judicial decision. Judge Boasberg is ordering the administration to provide more information on the deportations.
The Alien Enemies Act has not been applied outside of wartime.
John Yoo is a former Deputy Assistant Attorney General and UC Berkeley law professor.
I believe the Trump administration's best hope is to argue instead, not that we're in a declared war, but that the United States is suffering an invasion, and that this invasion by terrorist groups, particularly these violent drug cartels, justifies triggering the act. Now, this has never been tried before by the government, and so there's no judicial cases one way or the other that either accept or reject this theory. But it's going to be up to the courts to have to figure out whether we're actually being invaded by gangs like MS-13 or Trinidad del Agua to see whether it would justify then removing those aliens from the country.
The Trump administration is arguing that this wartime law, if you will, has been used lawfully to deport suspected members of violent foreign gangs, including the two that you just mentioned. Does that hinge also on the gangs having been designated as foreign terrorist organizations? Is that a key piece of this?
Designating them as foreign terrorist organizations will help, but it's all going to depend on the facts. You know, what are these groups doing? How many of them are in the United States? Often for things like invasions, wars, use of force, we want to see something they're doing that's just not about making money, as bad as that is in this context, but that they're trying to exert a political influence. They're trying to harm the United States government in some way, or, and this might be another possibility, they're working behalf of a foreign government. Trinidad del Agua comes from Venezuela. Venezuela is not a government that's terribly friendly to the United States. Maybe the facts will show that this drug cartel is really some kind of actor on behalf of a foreign government that's trying to, wage a kind of guerrilla war against us. These are all things that we're going to have to learn about as the case moves forward in the courts.
In your opinion, does the U.S. government need to prove that the Maduro regime in Venezuela is tied to these gang activities in order to win the legal fight over the deportations?
I think it would be extremely important for them to show that it'd be easy, make their life a lot easier if the Trump administration could show that there was a nation state behind or connected to this terrorist group. Now, that's not a prerequisite. For example, we went to war with the Al-Qaeda terrorist network. That's what I worked on when I was in the Justice Department after the 9/11 attacks, and they were not acting on behalf of a nation, but we decided that the terrorist group itself was definitely trying to attack the United States to achieve a political outcome, to affect our foreign policy and national security, not really just to make money like organized crime.
Where does all of this fit into the broader crackdown on illegal immigration in the U.S.? Because the Trump administration says it's focusing on criminals or either, criminal suspects or those who've been convicted of things already, trying to get them out of the U.S. in the name of safety. But, I guess one could argue there's a difference between basic criminals and those who are supposedly part of these gangs.
There are differences between acting under the Alien Enemies Act and regular immigration law. I think it should be pointed out that I suspect most of the people who were removed from the country under the Alien Enemies Act could have ultimately been deported under regular immigration law. I think the only advantages the Alien Enemies Act perhaps gives is that it allows the government to do it faster. The Trump administration, anyway, is arguing that it doesn't actually need to go to any kind of court to show proof of why it selected certain people for deportation. Whereas in the immigration system, every illegal alien has a right to go to immigration court to challenge the government to show its reasons why they're deporting them. So it could lead to faster. I don't know if it ultimately increases the number of people who can ultimately be deported.
Do migrants who enter the U.S. illegally in general have constitutional rights in the U.S.?
Oh, yes. The Supreme Court has clearly held that even illegal aliens, once they're on our territory, have a right to due process. Now, the due process right doesn't mean they get to go to federal court right away and say, I'm here, I can't be removed. But generally the way it works is that Congress has created a series of special immigration courts which act faster and require the government to show proof and meet standards that are lower than in a normal criminal trial. But once the illegal alien is in the country, they do get some of the basic constitutional rights that citizens get, according to the Supreme Court.
Do any of the current court challenges kind of hinge on, because obviously the Alien Enemies Act court fight, if you will, it is not the only one over Trump immigration policies right now. So I'm just wondering if any of them hinge on this basic rights question, or if they're all sort of cases centered around more narrow legal questions.
I think if you look at the detention of this Columbia graduate student named Kayal, he is claiming that he's being targeted by the government because of what he says, because of and he's claiming a right to free speech. And so he's arguing that the government can't remove him just because he says things that are unpopular. Now, the immigration laws, and I just want to make clear, aliens do not have the same constitutional rights in every regard as a citizen. I mean, the illegal aliens can be removed from the country, whereas citizens cannot. And I think that his case will test whether free speech rights apply equally to illegal aliens as they do to citizens and legal aliens.
What are the possible outcomes at this point in this challenge over use of the Alien Enemies Act, especially since last weekend's deportees are already out of the country?
Well, the fight's really going to be about whether these deportations under the Alien Enemies Act can continue. And so I believe that the district judge here, there may be other district judges who will also issue similar orders, halt future flights, and say, if you're going to deport these people, you got to do it through the normal immigration laws. So you're going to get, I think, multiple issues that are going to come to the Supreme Court out of this case. One is, as we mentioned earlier, is the Alien Enemies Act actually applicable in a time here where there's no declared war? Is it satisfied by a quote-unquote invasion that may or may not have been conducted by drug cartels? The second thing is, how far does a single district judge's power go to supervise or conduct oversight over the executive branch's management of essentially what it says is a military operation? I think those are both very important questions that are going to go up through the appeals court, but I can't see them being decided until they get to the Supreme Court in the end.
Right, and that last point is crucial, right? Because based on Supreme Court precedent in a couple of cases, there are questions about whether these deportations or executive decisions using the Alien Enemies Act are even subject to judicial review.
Yeah, that is one thing, we don't really know much about the Alien Enemies Act and due process because it's been so long since it's last been triggered. But one argument that the Trump administration is making is that once the Alien Enemies Act is triggered, then you don't have this whole process of hearings and immigration courts, that the executive branch can just remove the aliens from the country just as they would, say, a German citizen from, not an American, someone from Germany during World War II or Japan during World War II could just be kicked out of the country right away. That's why whether the act itself applies is so important. Once it applies, it may well be that the courts then have to step aside, just as they would for any other military operation.
But you see this ultimately ending up before the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yes. I mean, unless the judges and the Trump administration both choose to step back from this conflict, I think it's got to be settled by the Supreme Court because these are unprecedented questions and they do involve the nation's security.
John Yoo, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, UC Berkeley law professor as well. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
It's done. Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free, to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. Or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Fox News, I'm Chris DeMeo. Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams returned to Earth after being stuck in space for 9 months. Their SpaceX capsule touching down off the coast of Florida Tuesday night.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
The two were expected to be gone about a week, but problems popped up on Boeing's new Starliner capsule. President Trump speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday about ending the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky eager to hear about the conversation.
Asking President Trump to call him to basically figure out what exactly was agreed to, saying that Ukraine supports every step toward peace but needs to understand this.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House. Russian strikes against Ukraine were reported after the talks between the president and Putin. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Just 2 days after West Virginia was left out of the NCAA tournament, the Mountaineers are searching for a new head coach. Indiana has hired Darren DeVries away from West Virginia, with the Hoosiers announcing the move on Tuesday. DeVries spent just one season in Morgantown, leading the program to a 19-13 record. Prior to his time at West Virginia, DeVries coached Drake for 6 seasons, taking the Bulldogs to the tournament 3 times. He replaces Mike Woodson in Bloomington after Woodson announced last month that he would step down at the end of his 4th season. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
People want to talk about white privilege and privilege in general and all of this. Caitlin Clark in the WNBA is a minority. Okay, she's not a black lesbian. She's a minority. She is a pretty, straight, white girl. The black lesbians in the league hate her because to them, she represents a subsect of fandom that voted for Donald Trump. That's why they hate her. I don't think they hate Caitlin Clark. I've been consistent with this. I don't think they mind her doing celebrations or what she said or did in games at Iowa or any of that. I believe they respect her game. I think they want to physically hurt Caitlin Clark because they can't physically hurt people who voted for Donald Trump. And that's their conduit to those people. I firmly believe this, and I've stated it throughout. They hate what they feel like Caitlin Clark represents. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Only two things in life are certain, death and taxes. Well, now there's a third certainty. If you're with Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, you could be saving a fortune every single month if you switch to my cell phone provider, a veteran-owned company called Pure Talk. Now, that's right, Pure Talk, my sponsor, is cutting the fat from the wireless industry. For just $25 a month, you can get unlimited talk and text, 5 gigs of data on America's most dependable 5G network, and the average family of 4 saving over $1,000 a year when they switch to Pure Talk. That's real money in your pocket for the exact same service. And with Pure Talk, you have U.S. customer service representatives. They'll make the switch simple, fast, and free and easy. So do this. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, make the switch, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Again, pound 250, say the keyword Pure Talk, and you will start saving today. Pure Talk, wireless by Americans, for Americans.
You're on the hook to catch some NL East action at CBP when the Phils face the Marlins on Friday, April 18th at 6:45, Saturday, April 19th at 1:05, and Sunday, April 20th at 1:35. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss the party of the year. Come celebrate the Citizens Fanatic birthday on Sunday, April 20th at 1:35 when the Phils take on the Marlins. And kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic widget hat. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, March 19th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a hump day. That means Tony Bruno coming up at 7:45, live from Florida for What's on the Cut Sheet. Dawn Stenslin, good morning.
Good morning. It'll feel like a taste of Florida weather this morning.
Oh, I don't object.
Ooh.
I do not object whatsoever. 70s, you say? Perhaps.
It'll be beautiful.
All right. Gregory?
So who killed JFK?
CIA. Actually, the CIA, Russia.
It's the same thing that Biden released in 2023. Just a few more names unredacted. That's all it is.
You didn't learn anything different?
This is the biggest, God.
I read a great
story.
I read a great post last night about the JFK files as far as in the lead up to it being released.
Here we go.
Which came out late.
Here comes the spin. I'm ready for it.
It's whatever you wanted it to confirm it to be, right?
Yep. And what's going to be the excuse when the Epstein files come out and they're all redacted and there's nothing in them?
That's no spin. That's if you thought it was a nothing burger and you were expecting a nothing burger, then you kind of got a nothing burger.
Okay.
Which was kind of your stance right there, right? If you were looking for new details, I thought a few of the pages were okay.
Oh, the things in there that you're going to see. Whoa.
See, Dawn, he's frazzled. He had an hour drive in. He's out of breath. He was stuck in traffic.
Learn. Sounds like a Dr. Seuss book. The places we'll go.
All I'm saying is
I knew is
if
that
this was Biden that did this, everybody's like, see? He was hyping it up for nothing.
I don't see anybody bragging last night. I think everybody is relatively disappointed. I did not see one person on social media last night saying, oh my God, can you believe the treasure trove of information? I think most people are like, this is what we waited 7 decades for? 6 decades, whatever it's been.
So the conspiracy theories were wrong. Can everybody admit that?
No, I don't think they were wrong.
They weren't wrong.
I would say for them to be wrong, the CIA would have to have no involvement whatsoever. The conspiracy theory is that the government killed JFK.
Yes.
The details released last night does not claim or show you that the government is scot-free and has clean hands. Did anybody actually read the stuff?
Of course.
Or am I on Neptune and you guys are in the Eastern time zone? Dawn, did you read any of it?
I looked at it. Here's the thing. I'm more.
She doesn't. Yeah, I know. You don't care.
I've never been. This is not my thing necessarily.
And what's the excuse when RFK and JFK and Epstein doesn't come out?
I've consistently said that I'm most interested in MLK Jr. I'm most.
Yeah, you have said that.
And people talk about that the least, but I'm most interested in the the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr.
I had a feeling that it wouldn't be much yesterday once one of the medical examiners, one of the coroners, kind of laid out how there was shoddy autopsy work by a really untrained autopsy individual back when JFK was killed, which kind of catapulted all of the theories because this person kind of did a haphazard job. We'll get into that coming up. If there was big revelations, I would have done this as the big take, but also it didn't come out until 6 o'clock, and I was tired of waiting because we were told we would get it in the afternoon.
I think it came out later than that. I think
was it later?
Yeah, it was the 7 o'clock hour.
Must have been West Coast afternoon time. Hey, Kash Patel's found one of the 10 most wanted fugitives.
No. Let me give credit to Kash Patel because he has been saying all along. There's a video of him floating around saying all along that we're gonna release it, but it's not what you guys think it is. You know what I mean? Like some of the names that were redacted and some of the stuff redacted is just it's not what you're looking for.
Right.
Is basically what he said, and he was
Right.
100% correct.
Yep.
But
We'll get into it.
But there were other people that were hyping it up like it was like, I can't believe what we're going to see. It's
Yep.
going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing.
Makes you wonder what the Epstein files contain.
Or
will
don't
that be
contain.
a stinker.
Or don't contain.
Or don't contain. We'll get into all of that this morning after the big take. Yesterday, Chuck Schumer went on a media tour that I think might have buried the Democrat Party for a very long time, including a bizarre rant at citizens of the United States who don't like to pay high taxes on The View. That'll be coming up in the big take. Also, Trump and Putin semi-progress, quasi-ceasefire on two fronts. We'll give you the two fronts coming up. And a rough day yesterday for the Trump administration with judges when it comes to deportations, DOJ, and transgendered military members. Permanent setback or temporary roadblock? We'll discuss that in a little bit. But the music has already ran out, so now it's time for me to shut up. Yes, exactly. Amazing. Amazing at what people hear. I could sit here and nobody would, but I hear run, ran, everybody's ears perks up.
That's right.
You notice that, folks?
Yeah.
Yep. Everything perks up. They're all on cloud nine for segment after segment, and then I use the wrong tense of a word. Everybody pays attention.
Yeah.
Because we care about conjugation.
Yeah. I would just like people to read the show sheet, that's all, instead of paying attention to my stinking grammar. But
who doesn't read the show sheet?
A lot of people, but that's
Glued to it.
fine. All right, let's get to the news.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Wednesday morning. We're in the 40s right now, but we will be warming up to a lovely 70 degrees today. Just a beautiful sunny day. Sponsored this morning by Natural Lawn of America. So it's official as far as what's going on with a criminal investigation launched into that Sunoco pipeline, the leak in Bucks County that I've been reporting to you for quite some time now. The Pennsylvania Attorney General's office says, use the words environmental crime section. That's where this investigation is leading us, and they are taking up the case in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So the spill involves jet fuel and other petroleum products. The Sunoco Twin Oak Newark pipeline, operated by Energy Transfer, spans more than 100 miles from Philadelphia all the way to North Jersey. So Energy Transfer confirming the leak just last month, but residents say they've been reporting these issues for 2 years. So earlier this month, the State Department of Environmental Protection ordered the company to supply all residents in the neighborhood with bottled water, as well as install and monitor well filters for these individuals. This is Upper Makefield, Bucks County area. And so are there more homeowners impacted than originally known? That's one of the questions. But today the remediation begins as Sunoco is now required to do a cleanup and start searching for draining that fuel, jet fuel that we know of that has been leaked. So a huge story in our area that's making national news. And I will say Jennifer Shorn, who is the district attorney in Bucks County, she was the one who initiated this, launched this, and then and requested to the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office, Dave Sunday's office, to look into this. So that this is now an elevated situation. We have attorneys for 3 women who were victims of sex trafficking. The attorneys have announced that there's an agreement on a multi-million-dollar settlement with owners of 3 different hotels. These are located along the boulevard in the Northeast, the Roosevelt Boulevard in the Northeast. So these young women were minors at the time, underage, and they were sex traffic victims, if you will. And so they say that these businesses did not do enough to protect these now 3 women. But like I say, they were children at the time. They were victims of sex trafficking when they were minors. So they will get, according to the attorneys, $17.5 million from Motel 6, Days Inn, and North American Motor Inn, all on the Roosevelt Boulevard in Philadelphia. I've been reporting on this since, I'll say, back in late 2016, early 2017. That's how long this case has been in the courts. So these were young people who were sex trafficked. So not sex trafficking, we talk about it in the news now. This has been going on, they say, for many years in the city of Philadelphia. We also have news, and this is a sad story about a Pitt student, a Pennsylvania college student, 20 years young, who has been missing for weeks now. And tragically, her parents had come out yesterday, I'll say mid-morning, and the parents of Sudiksha Konanki, 20-year-old University of Pittsburgh student, she vanished while on spring break in the Dominican Republic. They officially requested yesterday to declare their daughter dead after that nearly 2-week search.
We have awful. Yeah, we have the video of this. It's kind of hard to listen to, but yeah, roll it.
With deep sadness and heavy. No. And heavy heart that we are coming to the terms with the fact that our daughter has died. This is incredibly difficult for us to process. We kindly ask you to keep our daughter in your prayers. We still have 2 young children to care of her, and they are at a very tender age. In light of this, we respectfully request some space, time, and privacy to focus on healing us and helping our children recover as we try to move forward with our lives.
That's just awful. Are they still suspecting foul play, or was it the weather with the water?
No, and they had taken an Idaho college student. They had taken him into custody. I guess they still have his passport. But he's a 22-year-old Iowa native. He wasn't charged, but they took him into custody. And there were reports initially that this beautiful young lady, could she have been kidnapped? Could this be a human trafficking? They were looking at all the theories. But at this point, they believe that she was swept out to sea.
Oh, just terrible. We had a family gathering up at my wife's family's house up in Saucon Valley on Sunday, and my wife's aunt has a daughter who's a senior at Penn State, and she just came back from spring break, and she was down, I don't know, Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, something to that effect, and came back, and that was a story and a topic of conversation because obviously Penn State and Pitt not too far apart. Just awful.
Yeah, and she was just 20, I believe a sophomore at Pitt, but these parents, obviously grieving and devastated by this, had held out hope. As far as the 22-year-old Iowa native, who in this case, Joshua Ribe, so he was in court yesterday making an appearance, and so now they've said that he's a witness, but he needs to come back later this week. He still has to stay in the Dominican. He was the last person who witnessed her, who saw her.
There was that surveillance video that everybody saw where they were kind of walking around and he had his arm around her and everybody's like, uh-oh, what's going on here?
And you just know that the evil, corrupt media was much rooting for this to be another Natalie Holloway versus just tragically swept out to sea.
Yep. Well, her clothes were found, right? Next to the beach? Or on the beach next to the ocean.
They went for a swim. That's the report. And we actually, our Henry VIII vacation expert guru, our own Henry Mashit, he had said that he vacationed at the same spot.
No.
And it's kind of weird. But Henry had said that in this area, there's such an undertow. So we heard the story that overnight, the hotel, very swanky 5-star hotel, they lose power. Everybody leaves the hotel at 3 in the morning. What do? They walk down to the beach. Let's go for a swim. It's hot out. And so they all go for a swim. So the report is that this 22-year-old kid, this Joshua Ribe, he actually saved her the first time, that there was an undertow. He saves her the first time, witnessed that happening, was interviewed to that effect. And so the family's then connecting and thanking him for what he did. It turns out that and even now he's being very gracious. His family's there. They're being very gracious. They're grief-stricken for the family of the victim here.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out he was a witness. He was a guy who was a good guy.
Okay. Good.
So they're all being very gracious with each other. It's just, oh my God, it's just tragic.
Yeah.
Very sad story. So we have that going on, and we'll continue to follow that for you. We also, of course, there's a lot of Trump news, a lot of Putin, Trump, their famous phone call, that all is making news. as well, what they agreed to, what they didn't agree to during the phone call. It was supposed to start at 9 a.m., and then, but they gave a window of when it would start. So that was in contention yesterday morning. But I guess they started talking in the 10 a.m. hour, spoke for about an hour, and at least have some agreements, but not fully agreeing to a full ceasefire. That's the bottom line.
They're going to do, they're not going to hit on energy, any of the energy plants or whatever. So it benefits Russia and not Ukraine at all.
A tiny bit of progress as far as stopping the fighting. So we have that going on as well. The good news, I will say this, that for our family, I don't know if your family's watched, but we did watch in the 6 o'clock hour, it was 5:57, the whole NASA TV feed as the astronauts, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, the astronauts, making it back home just in time for dinner.
On a beautiful day, no less.
It was beautiful in the Gulf of America after enduring a little over 9+ months in space,
Yes.
far longer than originally planned for.
Here's the video of them touching down in
Gulf of America, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
And splashdown. Crew 9 back on Earth.
How awesome is that?
Thank God.
Now, who is broadcasting that? Because they acknowledged it as the Gulf of America.
That was the NASA feed.
That was the NASA feed.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's pretty cool.
Okay.
So 4 astronauts in all. Took forever for them to get, they have to open up the capsule.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, if you look back at the video, the fun part, and I wondered if your little girls and if Greg and Stephanie's little boy, if you notice the dolphins.
I've seen the other follow-up video, where they're
that.
swimming around them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were they protecting them? They're like little angels of the sea. So that was just a positive energy. It was wonderful to see them back
Or
home.
something splashed and they were like, ooh, what's this?
Oh.
Is it food?
CNN labeled them as MAGA dolphins, the extremist bottlenose.
The MAGA dolphins greeting the astronauts. They're back home.
That little thing that crashed there into the water, like not crashed but landed. Was that what they were in the entire time?
No.
That's got to be much
They
bigger
were in
than that,
the
right?
International Space Station, which
Yeah.
is about the size of a maybe 4 or 5 bedroom home.
Yeah. So that broke off and that came down. And
So even for 9 months in space, they're living in a bigger place than I am. I'll be damned.
You feel like you're in a capsule.
I do.
You wish you could go out and see some dolphins.
I want to get lost for 9 months.
And that woman's hair looks better than yours.
It does. Well, now she's going to have plenty. You know what she should do? If she needs to hire an agent and get a herbal essence or Vidal Sassoon.
Clairol, something. Yeah.
What's the shampoo brand today, Dawn? There's got to be like a top shampoo brand out there. No, I just use body wash on my head.
Do you?
Yeah.
You use body wash?
Yeah,
on
it's
your
like the
head?
it's like the 3-in-1 mixture, hair, body, and face.
In all seriousness, when was the last time you used shampoo? I'm just curious.
2018. 2018. Wow. Yes, specifically shampoo.
Okay.
Nowadays, since I have hair basically nowhere, I just use the 3-in-1.
Nowhere.
Just douse my whole body in it.
Naked man.
I'm like NASA.
Naked
We have
skin.
splash landing.
So Splash Landing, they're home, and we're learning a lot about the impact, which I never knew. I learned a lot by watching that, and we can talk about it moving forward. The health impact of being in outer space, why it was critical they came home now, because with these astronauts, usually you're only supposed to be up there 3 to maybe 6 months max.
Jeez.
That zero gravity, what it does to your body, your bone density diminishes. There are some quite serious health effects, so that's why they had to go right into a medical facility for treatment and evaluation on their internal organs. And it actually turns out it was a more serious health-wise. It was a more serious situation than was being reported.
Does it mess with your equilibrium as well?
Everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ugh.
But your internal organs, they said some astronauts, though, because it affects your spine, that you grow as much as 2 to 3 inches.
Really?
Yes.
I stopped growing when I was 16.
But then you can it can shrink, I guess, when you.
Can you imagine? I come back from space and I'm 6'9".
The only way I will really get to 5'10" is if I go to space.
So it's pretty fascinating stuff. Hey, we are sponsored by Natural Lawn of America. From the organic fertilizer to the safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Just choose Natural Lawn. Get that free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. You're going to love the forecast today. Beautiful, bright, sunny day. Enjoy it. 70 degrees. And in Philadelphia sports, one of the big headlines is the Philadelphia Eagle, who we say thank you. Brandon Graham announced his retirement.
55.
15 years.
Yeah.
I remember that first year when Eagles fans lost their minds over drafting Brandon Graham. And they took they wanted Earl Thomas, and Earl Thomas ended up having a great career in Seattle, but didn't last as long as Brandon Graham.
Did you, when you were in sports radio, did you do the, should we,
Yes.
is he a bust?
Yes, I did
610.
I did that show for multiple years, especially in July.
Oh, man.
When there was nobody around and nothing to talk about.
I got to say, though, that for him, like, really, he's such a humble guy, and he always talks about how, like, he started off slow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you got to give him credit because he really came full circle.
And he seems to me like one of the guys that will go to the White House on April 28th. No. You don't think so? No. Really? I could see,
I don't
see
know
him going.
I don't know that for a fact. I don't know that for a fact, but
He seems like a guy, even though he might disagree with politics, that he would go for the sanctity of the office.
Well, 15 seasons, most impactful play in Eagles franchise history, announcing his retirement. So Brandon Graham, first-round pick out of Michigan back in the day in 2010.
What a way to go out, though, right?
Yeah. That's how I want to go out, world champion. That's how John Elway went out.
It's true.
Back to back.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm out.
So he gave that emotional farewell speech yesterday. So congratulations and thank you, Brandon Graham, as we move on. That's our first edition, Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We've got Bruno at 7:45 today for the cut sheet. Some unbelievably hilarious stories, including Don Lemon talking about how he had his nipples caressed by female talent at CNN. We used to call those, if you pinched the nipple really hard, it would go purple, and we'd call it a nurple. That was
Purple nurple.
A purple nurple, yeah. The Lehigh Valley joke in the 90s.
By the way, Dawn knows him, so like I'm gonna lean on you. But
yes,
I really believe that story that Don Lemon told is a complete lie.
I was gonna ask Dawn if she actually partook, or was one of the people involved in Don Lemon Nipplegate. But we'll get to those big stories coming up later because we have some big stories. Chuck Schumer, AOC, Tim Walz in the big take when we come back. And then, of course, the JFK files and a lot of judges. We have the Supreme Court Justice John Roberts. We have an Obama judge and a Biden judge, all kind of smacking down Trump a little bit yesterday. We'll get into it, and we'll try to figure out how it plays out. We're back after this live on a Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, DOGE is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome. Hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really enjoyed it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You show us everything you've got. You keep on dancing and the room gets hot. You drive us wild, we'll drive you crazy.
6:29 Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Live on a Wednesday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube. Bruno and the Cut Sheet at 7:45. We're ready to rock and roll all morning long. Hopefully you're having a great start to your day. Let's get down to business. Time for a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Defeated delusional and in denial Democrats. Donald Trump and Republicans, they hit a few potholes yesterday when it comes to deportations and gutting the federal government. We'll get into Chief Justice John Roberts on the deportation front, as well as a judge ruling against Trump and Elon Musk on the USAID front coming up in just a little bit this morning. But those two hiccups pale in comparison to where the Democrat Party is right now. And you would think after Sunday shows revealed Democrats in the 27 to 29% favorability range that they'd come to the realization that they are on the verge of maybe the biggest political collapse in the history of political parties in modern day America. But nope, they continue to make fools of themselves. Tuesday was no exception as AOC, Chuck Schumer, and Tim Walz continued to show how detached they are from reality and the common citizen in the United States. But let's do a slow build, shall we? Here was AOC, who, according to CNN polling on Sunday, is the face of the Democrat Party, at a complete loss for words because she knows she is defeated. Here's AOC on TikTok checking in with her lunatic base. Listen and watch.
Hey everyone. I'm just popping on. And, to be honest, I'm not even sure why I'm popping on right now. Hey, everybody. Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining.
At a loss for words, folks. She's broken. Remember when she was jumping up and down on the campaign trail like a contestant that was just selected to come on down on The Price is Right? But the cold hard truth is this. She and the progressive wing of that party, they're one-trick ponies. They peddle fear, hatred, and run on claims of communities that are under attack. It doesn't work anymore. They don't have a George Floyd to elevate their platform. The writing is on the wall, and it comes from publications that support the AOC cause. The New York Times, headline from the Ezra Klein podcast, quote, Democrats need to face why Trump won. They write, quote, the shift is real. This is the thing I am most shocked by in the last 4 years, that young people have gone from being the most progressive generation since the baby boomers, and maybe even in some ways more so, to becoming potentially the most conservative generation that we've experienced in maybe 50 to 60 years. And guess what? Tim Walz, he also should be completely shut down from media appearances. He represents the delusional in the big take today. Here was the human Stretch Armstrong on Gavin Newsom's podcast talking about being a tough guy and kicking MAGA's ass. Listen and watch this.
How do you fight it? This I think I could kick most of their ass. I do think that if they want to do it. I know I can run them, but I don't know if we're going to fall into that place where we want to. Okay, we challenge you to a WWE fight here type of thing.
Tim Walz is in his 60s, but I'm sure plenty of Trump supporters would be happy to tune him up at WrestleMania 41 a couple of weeks from now in Las Vegas, Nevada. And this will be as effective as having guys like Harry Sisson and David Hogue pivoting to use curse words on social media clips to somehow try to relate to and attract young men to the Democrat Party. Tim Walz just doesn't get it. He never did. Vox wrote a column on how the former VP Kamala Harris failed. Yesterday they wrote, this is why Kamala Harris really lost. In it they write, quote, voters who got their news from TikTok were much more likely to swing to the GOP than other voters, even after controlling for demographics. David Shore's data, courtesy of Blue Rose Research, also shows that it could have been worse for Kamala. And this is the big takeaway here. Had all registered voters participated in the 2024 election, Donald Trump's margin of victory would have jumped from 1.4 points to a whopping 4.8 points. That is a damning statement. And finally, from defeated and delusional to in denial. For some reason, Chuck Schumer spent the day doing media hits across the country, CBS, MSNBC, and even on ABC with The View. One could argue that he just gave Republicans the best campaign ad for the 2026 midterms. Here's the man who once famously posed for a photo op with a slice of cheese on a frozen burger on his grill, showing how oblivious he really is when it pertains to your tax dollars and the government. Enjoy this clip from The View. Listen and watch.
And you know what their attitude is? I made my money all by myself. How dare your government take my money from me? I don't want to pay taxes. Or, I built my company with my bare hands. How dare your government tell me how I should treat my customers, my the land and water that I own, or my employees? They hate government. Government's a barrier to people, a barrier to stop them from doing things. They want to destroy it. We are not letting them do it, and we're united.
I give the government over 30% of my salary. Some of you out there probably give up over 40% of your salary. That right there should be used in commercials for every Republican senator and congressman next fall. Does the Democrat Party really think this guy will attract young voters? Who loves government? Who's dependent on the government? Who wants to cough up 25, 30, 35, 40% to Uncle Sam, especially in this day and age where things are very expensive? But it didn't stop there. Schumer was on CBS News' morning show with Gayle King, and she called him out for his lack of popularity within the party. Listen and watch this.
Hakeem and I, we have a day of action on Medicaid. In every state, in every corner of the country, Democrats are talking about they're going to Medicaid centers. They're going to people who would be deprived and
Senator, people don't have faith in the Democrats.
Well, let me say this. Look.
No faith whatsoever. In fact, only 27% support. The lowest the party has seen in 33 years. And the data backs up the polling as well. Vox wrote the following yesterday, quote, young voters in 2024 were much more conservative than millennials were at the same age. This might be because their parents are Gen Xers. If you look at the millennials were more left-wing in a bunch of countries, Canada, the UK, and Europe. I think that there's the story right there. You can tell to people. Baby boomers, quote, were an incredibly left-wing generation in most places around the world, and millennials were their kids. But Gen X was really quite a bit more conservative than the boomers in most countries. And there's a lot of theories you can make about that. Oil shocks, stagflation, and neoliberalism. But whatever the reason, they write, Gen X came out more conservative. So I think that part of the story is simply that the current crop of young people had Gen X parents. Here's a little more of Chuck Schumer in his 70s talking about conversing with a Republican when he's doing cardio at the gym. Listen and watch this.
I am hopeful that our Republican colleagues will resume working with us. And I talk to them. One of the places I told them to go in the gym, you know, when you're on that bike in your shorts, panting away next to a Republican, a lot of the inhibitions come off.
The inhibitions come off? You mean when you're on the elliptical, you don't call the Trump supporter next to you a Nazi-supporting Hitler worshiper? I think Chuck is shot. Timmy, he had a 3-month audition in AOC. For the first time in her life, she's short of words. Trump might have had some setbacks yesterday with judges, which we'll talk about shortly, but I'd much rather be in the GOP camp right now than the Democrat Party. A party on the verge, I believe, of an existential crisis, and we're watching right now an identity crisis. And that's the big take.
Sorry.
And that's the big take.
Big take.
The big take, brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. It is the place to furnish your home or office and make a statement. You can browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number. I thought really one of the big revelations yesterday, and we're going to get to some of the other big stories, certainly with judges and JFK. We'll get to the JFK files shortly. That information, that data that was out there, courtesy of Vox, had every registered voter voted this past election in 2024 in November, Donald Trump would have won the election by 5 points. That is very telling. We know that there are not really these landslide elections anymore, but Trump did about as well as you can do as a Republican. He won the popular vote. He swept all 7 swing states, and that thing was called relatively early in the early hours of Wednesday morning, 1:30, 2 a.m., whatever it might be. But that was very telling. And I got to tell you, if you're a Democrat, how do you continue to allow Chuck Schumer to do the media blitzes? Who decided to send him out yesterday and put him through the interview car wash, so to speak? I don't know about you, Dawn, of all the clips that he had, of all the clips of Walz and AOC, Chuck Schumer saying, no, you need us. We're the government. Almost like that mantra of, hi, I'm from the government and we know what's best for you. You're dependent upon us. How dare you get mad that we take a portion of your salary so that you can have all the luxuries that you have in this country? Chuck Schumer seems completely detached from where America is right now.
Yeah, I think the truth, okay, first of all, I know we love all these studies, but in truth, by the very nature of, this country, if you look at generational voting, generally speaking, people tend to get more conservative and become more conservative as voters as they become homeowners, they become parents, as they pay taxes. And so I
that's
think
me in a nutshell. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people start out because you have so much ideology and you're young and you don't own anything and you really don't pay bills and you don't understand what it's like to earn a paycheck and get all those taxes taken out and your kids can't do things and you can't do things. Then when all that reality sets in with people, depending on where you are in your life, then all of a sudden you go, oh, wait a minute, look at the government taking all my money. This is not right. How are they spending my money? So I think all those studies are, I don't know, I love to look at all the studies, but at the end of the day, that's pretty much the way it goes. I would say for the Democrat Party right now, which is really there's a battle between progressives. The progressives have basically hijacked the old school Democrat Party, which used to say that it was about workers' rights, which used to say that they stood up for workers. They used to stand up for the little guy and gal. And what do they stand for? And so that's really, when I think about, Greg Stocker, the brand manager, when you think about what is your brand, the Democrats right now, their brand is what? Protecting biological men in sports.
They're on the wrong side of every 80-20 issue in the country.
Right? Honest to God, what is their big stance? They want to.
Yeah, bash Trump and cater to the fringes.
But not just take away Trump for a moment. What are they doing? Oh, they're fighting for, anti-Jewish sentiment. Let's bully those Jewish kids on the campus. Let's beat them up. Oh yeah, let's support, the rapists and murderers who have come into this country illegally and are raping and murdering our kids. That's like what they're defined by. That's what they're making headlines for.
They haven't had that moment where the light bulb goes off in their head and they say, we have been so conditioned to contest Trump on every single issue that contesting Trump on 3 or 4 major issues that he was able to win on actually make us look completely foolish. And instead of coming to the realization at the 23rd hour that it's insane to defend illegal aliens with criminal histories or members of Hamas that want to eradicate Jews and Western civilization, they can't flip over because then they would be in alignment with Trump, and that runs counter to their entire agenda for a decade. So they're damned if they do, and they're damned if they don't. And I actually hope they continue to stay in the position they are, because it only shows how stubborn they are and how completely detached they are from just common sense, logical thinking. And they don't operate that way.
They can't survive like this, though. And so I think that's what it's like a slow death, and that's what we're watching.
And nobody can break through with common sense. Say what you want about Josh Shapiro, but compared to AOC, he looks like a very sane, normal, logical human being, but he can't cut through because all she does is theatrical productions, and Shapiro will come off looking low energy, and nobody listens to what the substance of a very mild-mannered politician says. Everybody's looking for the bells and the whistles and who can cut a WWE wrestling promo and galvanize a base. 855-839-1210. Let's get to the JFK files on the other side. 80,000 files, according to the New York Post. I only have 2 or 3 pages that I want to get into. We'll talk about it. Were you surprised by anything? Are you completely disappointed? And maybe the biggest question of all, why did it take this long? If this is nothing, why did we have to wait so long? We're back after this here on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, we're talking about common sense. Doesn't it just make sense that you choose a lawn care service that makes sense, to hire a company that's going to provide those better results and is safer? It's just safer for your family, for your pets, for your kids. Maybe you have grandchildren. Well, that's why my husband and I, we shopped around. And we looked at all the different lawn care services. Years ago, we chose Natural Lawn of America for a reason. That's our lawn care company for years. At Natural Lawn, they really believe in this, and I can tell you that. They believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all those harsh chemicals. Who wants that? And Natural Lawn uses environmentally friendly products that keep your lawn not just lush and green, but it also protects your family, your pets. From organic fertilizers, that's what they use, to the safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. You don't have to take my word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners who are switching to Natural Lawn's safer services. Start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that, you'll be proud of, but you'll feel good about it, too. Just schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. That's what I've had for years. Get free seeding every year. If you want that greener, lush lawn plus the free seeding, just call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED. It's really low maintenance. They make it so easy. They do a great job. 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best. Call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
RuPaul's Drag Race is back with a wet and wild new season, and you can watch it all on MTV with Philo. With Philo, you can enjoy live TV from your favorite channels like MTV, VH1, AMC, Discovery, BET, and more. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save and rewatch anything you want for up to a year. We've also got a collection of over 80,000 hit movies and shows that you can watch anytime, and the entire AMC Plus library, all for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Enjoy Philo on your laptop, tablet, phone, or TV, and stream on up to 3 devices at once. So what are you waiting for? Dive into the splashiest extravaganza yet and start watching the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race live on MTV with Philo for an unbeatable price. To start your 7-day free trial and make sure you get the best price for the TV you love, visit philo.tv today. That's philo.tv.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 6:51. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Wednesday. Tony Bruno in the cut sheet 1 hour from now. JFK Files released last night. I just did a quick check. FoxNews.com, the story does not exist on their main page. MSNBC.com, the story does not exist on their main page. It does exist on CNN.com, but you have to scroll about halfway down. It's probably like their 7th biggest story in the middle of their page when you scroll down with your mouse. So a couple of things on this front. You can sit there and say, promises made, promises kept. Okay, I got you. I do not see any redactions, so I give credit for that, although based on what's revealed, I don't know why you would redact anything. I mentioned earlier about how you thought about this for years and years and years and decades, and whatever came out last night was either going to confirm or deny what your belief system might be. It was the post I saw was from Dave Rubin of the Rubin Report. He tweeted, JFK files are out. Remember, if they don't confirm what you want them to confirm, it's because of crazy conspiracy that you and you alone, only you can solve. Good luck with that, which I think is a really interesting way to put it. And I don't think we really learned much. I guess it comes down to what you think the backdrop of this story has been for so many years. I've always thought that the CIA was complicit in the assassination of JFK. I just want to highlight and illustrate 2 postings that were screenshots from all of the thousands of pages, which, by the way, I don't know that any human being other than maybe Vivek Ramaswamy could actually read all of this in one night.
80,000 pages.
I don't know how anybody sifts through that. I don't even know how people on social media grab pages of relative importance and find them and highlight them so quickly, but they do it. And one was from one of the social media right-wing posters, Colin Rugg, who I think does a nice job. He says, and he posts a screenshot, newly released JFK files tell a story about how Gary Underhill, who worked for the CIA, was found dead after he revealed to friends that the CIA was responsible for JFK's assassination. Quote, the day after the assassination, Gary Underhill left Washington in a hurry. Late in the evening, he showed up at the home of friends in New Jersey. He was, quote, very agitated. He says, quote, a small clique within the CIA was responsible for the assassination. He confided and he was afraid for his life and probably would have to leave the country. Less than 6 months later, Underhill was found shot to death in a Washington apartment. The coroner ruled it suicide. Always very suspicious when those types of themes pop up. And then another one where Jack Ruby allegedly met with Lee Harvey Oswald at a nightclub weeks before JFK was killed. That also according to a CIA memo. So, there's a lot of people with their theories out there. I still believe it was the CIA. I don't know if these two things that I just read for you further cement that belief. I think it kind of moves the football, so to speak, in that direction for me. And two things can be true at once. I thought the coroner and one of the autopsy experts that Fox News interviewed yesterday, you can read it on foxnews.com, he said, I wouldn't expect fireworks because it was really shoddy autopsy work by an inexperienced doctor who's not trained in homicide autopsies, which really sparked a lot of these conspiracy theories. And I'll just wrap by saying this because I want to get everybody else's thoughts. Two things can be true at once. It can be a lone shooter while simultaneously having CIA connections here, whether it's Oswald, whether it's Ruby, whether you talk about what I just mentioned with Gary Underhill. So I still think it was the CIA. There's a lot of Russian influence here if you read some of the other documents. Dawn, I know you're not overly enthused by these stories, but do you think that this further proves the possibility that the government was complicit in this?
I think that it proves, the biggest thing it proves to me is this administration is trying to fulfill its promises and trying to increase transparency. So what does that mean? If we get all of the files, these are 80,000 pages released. I was looking at the last large, block of documents that were released. That was in 2022. National Archives released 13,000 new files. So this is one of, if not the largest dump of information. I think a lot of history sleuths, everybody's going through this, but it's a promise kept. It's, 80,000 pages. They're saying they're all unredacted. So you look through it, you scan through the thing and you go, I think it's not, I think the devil lies in the details. And so I think there are some details that are emerging as we look through this that are interesting. But I think overall what I see is at the end of the day, when I zoom way out, Donald J. Trump wants to restore trust in our institutions. So one of the things that I think can do that is when you have transparency. So this was promised, back in 1992, it was promised, Congress ruled on, voted on it. So let's release the stuff.
So
then,
we don't have,
not just this, JFK, RFK, as well as then MLK Jr. Release all of it.
Unless somebody unearths something in the next day or two after they read all 80,000 pages, it doesn't look like there's any smoking gun type thing. So you go back the last 33 years. You mentioned 1992. Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden. You go through all the presidents. Why would this not be released if there's no smoking gun to it? Remember, the 9/11 Commission was done, and it was released relatively quickly. What was that? Maybe 2 or 3 years after 9/11. The Warren Commission does their report, and this stuff is basically kept in filing cabinets for decades. It doesn't make sense. Who was being protected? Because from what I gather, based on what we have here, there's nothing to justify keeping all of this private, is there? I don't see. So I give Trump credit, but it's also like, I look at this and I say, well, why did the last 6 presidents before Trump not reveal this? There's nothing in here damning to the CIA.
It's 2023. There's nothing new here except names. There are a few names unredacted.
These 80,000 pages were not released prior.
Correct. So why would not every single page be released? Is my point. Right? Why would every page not be released? There's nothing really in here.
Agreed.
So that's my question. Why would Biden not release all of it? Why did Trump the first time not release all of it? Forget Democrat or Republican. Every single president since 1992, D or R, why not just, shoot your shot and put it all out there? I don't have the answer to that question unless I'm missing something.
You guys, I don't think all of it has the entire volume fully been released because yesterday was the first day. This is a huge volume of information. I don't even think I don't believe that all 80,000 pages have even been dumped yet. I think that they released the first thing last night, and they'll continue to do that. This is a large volume of information.
And honestly, I don't even know how you find out how many pages have been released, because everybody started putting out the link last night to the government website where you can click on each one and download the files. I mean, unless you want to go through that exhausting exercise and count how many pages have been released, I don't know if it's 11,000 pages, 52,000, or all 80,000. I have no idea. What they should have done is just made binders with 80,000 pages and had 13 guys from social media show up and walk around for photo ops. Then we would know.
I'm surprised they didn't do that.
Yeah.
The thing about first of all, those influencers that you've been referencing, they were, Scott Pressler among them. They said they were already. They didn't go there for that one news release, right?
No, yeah.
You know that, right? They were there for something else, and somebody decided, I don't know whose big idea that was, to give them that information.
Yeah.
So I don't know that this would be insane to print this out for anybody.
I know this is excessive printing even for me, and I print a lot of stories.
They're not releasing anything in hard copy, and that's why everything is online. But I think it continues over.
Yeah.
We won't even get all of it until maybe tonight or tomorrow.
I think to answer your question, I think that it was released in dribs and drabs since 2018, starting with Trump the first time. Biden released most of it in 2023. I don't think there's anything new here.
All right.
I just think it's all stuff that's been released over and over and over again.
Okay, well, I'll just say for the record, that's not what they're saying, Greg. You may be correct, but that's not what they're saying. They're saying that these are pages that are unredacted, so perhaps what was released in the past, the last time, what did I say, 13,000 pages? This is 80,000 pages. The significant piece they claim is that it's unredacted.
Is the Underhill stuff new, or is that old?
That was all out there.
That was also out there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So perhaps they're releasing all of it. They're just putting what was released as well as the new stuff. But I think the difference here is that there were things that were redacted.
Okay.
Now it's unredacted. Maybe that's a piece of it.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back, get to some news from Dawn to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. And then also a couple of judges throwing in a little monkey wrench here on DOGE, as well as transgender military participation. Not a great day for Pete Hegseth, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump, including what Chief Justice John Roberts had to say in response to Trump's post about a judge who's not on board with deportation. Back after this, hour 2 on the way.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Sitting on the park bench, eyeing little girls with bad intent. Snot's running down his nose.
7:06, Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 on a Wednesday morning. We'll head down to Florida virtually as Tony Bruno will join us for his weekly appearance. Don't forget, tomorrow, Sean Farish on a Thursday at 7:45, because on Friday, we have Radiothon, the 8th annual Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. Going to be an all-day marathon. Looking forward to that. And I believe we will eclipse last year's total. That's my expectation. What do we have? Low 100,000, low 6 figures?
Yeah, 100,000.
I think $120, $125 is well achievable.
I agree. And I'm calling everybody out to make sure you be as generous as you possibly can for the hours of entertainment this radio station gives you all day long, all evening long, all weekend long. Now with the addition to Phil Almquist with the This Week in Music History debuting this Saturday night on 1210 WPHT from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Just giving you a wide variety of different things. And we ask that one day a year you be generous with us and open up your wallets for a good cause, as much as you can give. 25 cents is fine. You know what I mean? $25 is fine. Whatever you can give is great. We'll have a lot of cool incentives, too. Like the music. I got a lot of comments on the music yesterday. People liked it. We'll be giving away playlists again, where you can choose the music we play for a week for a set amount of money. And we're going to do that. I'll give up the rights to the music on this show from now until the end of the year if people play enough, or if people pay enough money.
So what's the right price? As Ted DiBiase once said, everybody's got a price.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're going to go for yet. Obviously, if you tune in and do it early in the morning, they'll be less than they will be later when we're, really trying to raise a lot of money. So that's why you should get your donations in starting at 6 a.m. Because we'll have a lot of good incentives that might go for a little bit more later on in the day. So
we start at 6 a.m.
That's right.
Exactly. And now that eggs are down by 44%, you should have more disposable income to donate to Travis Manion Foundation.
Sure.
Gas prices are down. Eggs now, I think, on average nationwide, $3.45.
Yep.
Although I'm not seeing it. My Aldi still has them for $5.97. I'm going to go in there and raise havoc today. Ask them what they're doing.
Yeah, I think it's amazing, even during the pandemic when we held this great event and we took some hits there. But now I just think this year is the comeback year.
You calling the comeback right now?
Yeah, because it has taken a while.
Yeah.
You know, it's just such an inspirational day. And you never know who's going to show up here live in the hub,
I know.
who will be here. It's just such an exciting day.
Yep.
It really is.
Indeed. All right, let's get down to the news. Round number 2 at 7:09. Here is the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live on this beautiful day. Even though we're starting out chilly, I know that we started out freezing in some areas in the low 40s, but we're going to heat up and it's going to be lovely. Sponsored by Natural Lawn of America on this day. In the news locally, some police action investigations. We know that according to Philadelphia police, a teenager was able to drive his bullet-riddled vehicle several blocks after he was shot. This at a gas station late last night. This is still under investigation. So 17-year-old shot at the Luke Oil gas station. This is South 58th Street and Baltimore Ave. It was around 11 p.m. last night into this morning, according to Philadelphia police. Despite that, he managed to drive himself maybe 8 to 10 blocks down Baltimore Avenue before first responders were able to pick this guy up and took the teen to the hospital. He's in the hospital right now, stable condition, gunshot wound to his shoulder, bullet-riddled vehicle. So investigators they're still looking into this. It's an active investigation. Who pulled the trigger? They're looking at surveillance video because this is a Luke Oil, so a lot of those gas station, surveillance cams are there. So they're trying to track down that shooter. Was it a targeted attack? Was it an attempted carjacking? I just don't have that information for you.
No.
Got that going on. In Delaware County in the suburbs, this is a Delco man, according to police. He's accused of raping at least 2 people. Police say more victims may be out there. He's identified as 30-year-old Nephius Alexander, Darby, PA, arrested and charged with rape, by force, sex assault, false imprisonment. I mean, these are some serious felony charges, very concerning for Darby, for Delco. With this situation, kind of a scary situation. They believe that there are more victims out there. We're being told that he was picked up. He was then released after he was able to post 10% of his $100,000 bail. And then yesterday, he was arrested again after somebody else came forward accusing him of rape. And so now charged with rape, sex assault, other related offenses, and his bail set this time at $500,000, meaning he would have to make, obviously 10% of that $50,000. So one of the stories here that's concerning in the community and creating some controversy is if this guy was accused of rape and weapons charges and rape by force charges, why did they allow this guy out?
Yeah, why was he able to post bond earlier, right?
Yes.
Could be a serial rapist. Ugh, just awful.
So that's making some significant headlines this morning. We talked earlier, other headlines as far as the American student, a University of Pittsburgh student, 20 years young, who was last seen out, on spring break, enjoying herself with some friends. We now know that her parents, in an emotional plea, they have asked those officials to, in fact, just release the investigation, believing that their 20-year-old beautiful daughter, that she, in fact, drowned. Just a story that's been making national headlines for not quite 24 hours. I believe this happened maybe mid-morning yesterday, but just a tragedy there by all accounts. We've been talking about that story. And then as well, some other headlines making news. We've been talking about the 80,000 pages of previously unseen files related to the assassination of President JFK, John F. Kennedy, released yesterday in part. That release of info started last night after President Trump made the long-awaited announcement just one day earlier at the Kennedy Center. And so I know Tulsi Gabbard, she's been very busy, National Intelligence Director. She's been commenting on this. She says that it's ushering in a new era of maximum transparency. So that from Tulsi Gabbard, as we know that they've promised all of this. So we're looking at that one. We also have a federal judge yesterday blocking President Trump's executive order, which banned transgender people from enlisting or serving in the U.S. military. So this is D.C. U.S. District Judge Anna Reyes, and she ruled that Trump's executive order violates the Equal Protection Clause because the judge writes that it discriminates based on transgender status and sex.
Mm-hmm.
And Judge Reyes, here's another quote, says Trump's executive order is, quote, soaked in animus.
This coming from the U.S. District Court judge for the District of Columbia that was selected by Joe Biden back in February of 2023. And did you know that she is the first openly LGBTQ person to serve as a judge? Maybe a conflict of interest here from a Biden-appointed judge just 2 years ago. Maybe she's got a little bit of feelings involved with Mr. Hegseth's decision to say that the military is above and beyond for the LGBTQ community as far as being fit to serve. Maybe just a little.
Well, we don't have. I don't have comment from the Trump administration just yet. Now the judge held off because obviously there's going to be a back and forth, and so this ruling, there's a hold off on it until this Friday because they know what's coming is that DOJ and the White House will respond in court, and this could end up in the Supreme Court of the United States of America.
Yep, I would agree. Just like the USAID story. Obama-appointed judge saying that DOJ is essentially unconstitutional and they must restore access for employees. So I guess if you've been let go, you're now all of a sudden going to receive payments and have your email again for the time being.
So all of these cases, all of these situations are in the court, and will that one, how many will end up in the Supreme Court of the United States? I'm not sure, but we're following every one of them. It looks like we should see an answer from the White House on this particular case by Friday. That's their deadline.
Yep.
Right now, there's a criminal probe into the Sunoco pipeline leaks that have been happening in Bucks County. A huge concern, a lot of community meetings. We've been covering this. So we know that Jen Shorn, the district attorney there in Bucks County, was very concerned about this, investigated it, and then kicked it up to requested in Pennsylvania. The Attorney General, Dave Sunday, requested that they investigate this, which they are. So it's now under the umbrella of the environmental crimes section in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This spill, we know, involves jet fuel as well as other petroleum products. I reported to you a week or two ago that Sunoco, they are no longer answering questions in these public forums, in these public meetings, which became very emotional. And this after the Sunoco Twin Oak Newark pipeline, it's operated by Energy Transfer, spans more than 100 miles from Philadelphia to North Jersey to Newark. The question is this the only spot? There are many questions. Is this the only spot where the leak happened? Sunoco has said they've complied with every order, with everything, that they've cleaned everything up. They did acknowledge that the leak happened last month, but residents say that they've been reporting issues for nearly 2 years now, and that's a grave concern. So we have that one going on as well. And then we've been talking about the astronauts who splashed home, greeted by dolphins and their fellow Americans. Everybody talking about this as, yes, the astronauts are finally home after 9 months at the International Space Station. Suni Williams, Butch Wilmore, finally returning to Earth after a little over 9 months. They were supposed to be there a little over a week, and that really now went into this precedent-setting visit there to the ISS. So thanks to SpaceX, Elon Musk, we heard President Trump saying that, in fact, he tasked Musk with bringing them home. Not a good look for Boeing. There were some technical problems, so certainly not a good look. NASA very celebratory.
Mm-hmm.
The question now that we'll ask this was obviously a huge success for SpaceX, Dragon, the capsule along, and that's what brought them home. But there were problems with Boeing's Starliner capsule. So what does that mean for the future of Boeing? they have to answer these questions. But I did see there was a moment where the audio of the astronauts thanking Elon Musk personally, and as well Butch Wilmore thanking President Trump, saying thank you, President Trump, for bringing us home.
Yeah.
So a lot of emotion yesterday.
Yeah. I'm just really trying to process how the fact that these dolphins were more excited to see these astronauts than my wife and daughters are to see me when I return home from work each day. I'm doing something wrong.
Well, there are studies about that, about why is it, that's why I think people get a dog, especially maybe a cat.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes your dog is more excited to see you than anybody in your life.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And I'm a stickler with my dog, but he loves when I come home.
It's like, oh.
Wagging that tail like a
So
madman.
happy to see
He is.
So we have all that going on. Let's talk about the forecast today. We are going to reach 70 degrees, a beautiful sunny day. Tomorrow, 67 degrees with some rain on the way, but still nice and warm today. I don't know if you're looking for a little hump day, little golf action, or getting outdoors, starting up the workout again. Today's the day to do it. Maybe even getting out in the lawn, which brings us to Natural Lawn of America, sponsoring our 7 a.m. news, from organic fertilizer to the safer weed and insect controls. I can tell you, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn. Get free seeding every year. 800-FREE-SEED. Call them now. 800-FREE-SEED. Thank you, Natural Lawn of America, for sponsoring our news.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. On the other side, we go to the world of media. The latest with Joe Rogan, and also Don Lemon says that men and women sexually harassed him at CNN and, in his words, tweaked his nipples.
Oh, my goodness.
Back after this on a Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs as well as innovative features, and they're powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available for you across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PIAZZA. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers.
And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
Quiet, Don Lemon. Pipe down. We'll get to you. Mr. Nipples.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
Nobody watches you anymore, Don Lemon. Not on social media, not on the Bill Maher podcast, although we'll give you a little run on this show. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Just want to give a little context quickly here. I mentioned the cost of eggs going down. Phil Almquist finding a good story courtesy of Forbes. Egg prices have dropped sharply, but there's more to the story. Just for a little bit of context here, egg prices have finally taken a turn in a direction for shoppers that they've been hoping for, which is down. After months of record highs and supply disruptions, the cost of a dozen eggs has plummeted in just a matter of days. While this might seem like welcome relief at the checkout line, the reality is more complicated. Egg prices, which hit a record high of $8.17 per dozen in early March 2025, have since dropped rapidly to $4.90 per dozen within a week, marking one of the sharpest declines in recent history. While this might signal relief for consumers, it doesn't necessarily mean that grocery shoppers will immediately see prices return to normal, and they go into the kind of wait-and-see mode that the retailers are in versus where you might find them on the cheap with the wholesalers. And Phil Almquist does some grocery work on the side, so he's apparently plugged into those dynamics. So just wanted to pass that along to everybody. All right, so let's get to a couple of notes in media, as Joe Rogan apparently is facing some adversity atop the charts. We'll get to that story and what I think it means bigger for counterculture media moving forward. But I want to get to this Don Lemon story because I know, Dawn, you have had to deal with Don Lemon at a local level. And I believe we have this. This is clip K6. Don Lemon sitting down with Bill Maher. And he talks about how he was a victim at CNN. Let's listen and watch this.
I've been harassed by women and men in the work. And some things are not even, it's ridiculous. Now, look.
Tell us. I'm very interested.
There are some things that
No, I'm interested in this.
There are some things that are really egregious, right? And not everything is Harvey Weinstein level. And
that's rape.
And then some of the, right, that's a whole different story. I'm not talking about that. And I'm not saying it makes it right, but I remember when I was in Atlanta and was in the cafeteria, commissary, whatever.
At CNN?
At CNN. And this woman, young lady, tweaked my nipples and said, "Oh, it's cold in here." And I said, "Okay, you realize if I did that, they'd be walking me out the door right now." But I didn't care. I didn't go to HR. I didn't.
So Don Lemon, to me, since his ouster at CNN, has become kind of a caricature of himself. He's kind of a laughingstock. I'm thinking back to a handful of instances. We go back to the boardwalk in Atlantic City, where he was polling people on vacation in the summer and in the early portions of the fall, right after Labor Day. Who are you going to vote for, and why are you voting Trump, or why are you voting for Kamala Harris? And remember, we played a lot of those clips, and he was really shocked to see that he ran into so many Trump supporters down at the shore. And then there was the video of him doing weird interviews with a smartphone in the subways of New York. I want to say that was in the last couple of months. It was definitely in 2025. And I have no problem with you going on Bill Maher. I have no problem with you trying to launch a show. Remember, he was going to do a show on X with Elon Musk, and that lasted very, very, it was a very short run. It was shorter than Vivek Ramaswamy's time with Doge. So this guy has now become, I think, a joke. And it's this victimhood culture. Now, maybe I'm wrong here, and I get it. I guess a guy can be sexually harassed at work. I guess a dude can be touched inappropriately or without the consent of a coworker at work. I'm not walking around during commercials going into Jimmy Kelly or Phil Omquist's studio and grabbing them by the breast and saying, "Is it a little chilly in here?" And maybe Don Lemon's correct in this. But does this seem to you, Dawn, as somebody that knows Don Lemon far better than I will ever know him, that he is trying to position himself as a victim here in his post-CNN big paycheck days? Because he's not latching on. I don't know that there's a market for Don Lemon. I really don't.
No, and this is a guy who was accused, as far as, his relationships with female coworkers at CNN, he was accused, this is alleged, to have a pattern of abusive and threatening behavior. That's what we've heard about him, that he had sent threatening texts to coworkers. Remember, he had made those remarks, ageist, sexist remarks about Nikki Haley, that she was post-prime or past prime, and then tried to walk that back. So this is a guy who I think is just craving attention.
Yes.
But he's done with. Nobody's going to, talk about a toxic, person who creates a toxic environment in the workplace. He left, he was at NBC 10, if you guys remember, for years here, and that's how I knew him. But he was just, he was, in my humble opinion, when I saw him out in the field, there were actions that I personally witnessed. I just thought he was a nasty, negative energy individual.
So he was always that way, even when he was not nearly as big time at CNN. So
wasn't he Larry's intern? I'm sorry, Nick.
Oh, go ahead.
No.
Wasn't he Larry's intern?
No.
Oh.
Larry never had what anchor has a personal intern?
I don't know. I thought at some point you said that he worked for Larry or something.
So what year would he have been at NBC 10? Because I have no recollection. So was this 90s or was this 2000s? Because he was at CNN for 17 years?
forget. Maybe I forget when he was on NBC 10. It was like I think he was. I know he was at CNN by 2008, so this is like 2007-ish or something.
Okay, all right.
I think I'm not really even sure.
Okay,
but I think people here, if you lived here, you remember him. He worked for NBC 10 locally, but he was a reporter. He was not an intern.
Okay,
so he was a news reporter in the newsroom.
Then he goes on to tell Bill Maher, and I have some of these quotes here. I've never told this story as well. Someone who I worked with also harassed me at CNN. First of all, I was so new there, a woman, and she knew that I was gay, and it was bizarre. She was going through a divorce. It was just weird, and I never went to management. First of all, I thought, like, okay, they may find a way to get rid of me, because if I told this story, I don't know if they're going to believe me or not. But then she was so mean to me after that, I was like, I should have told the story. We played you the clip there where he's talking about the other levels of harassment. He also said that he never reported any of the incidents to Human Resources, claiming there was a perceived double standard at CNN for male victims. They, quote, might have found a way to get rid of me, which I immediately say, wait a minute, male victims? How many men are on the receiving end? And I'm not saying that a man can't be on the receiving end of things that typically the stories that get reported, it's the female that's treated inappropriately, and it's an HR disaster, and those dudes should absolutely be fired for the way they treat females. He's making it seem like there's other men at CNN that were also subjected to this level of treatment. Who those men are, I don't know. Think of just the names off the top of your head, and you can come up with a list of probably at least 5 guys like Wolf Blitzer come to mind. Not saying that Wolf Blitzer was one of those individuals that was, quote, a victim. But I look at Don Lemon, and I also look at the left-wing media, and I ask myself this question. Joy Reid, Don Lemon, Chuck Todd. It could be any of these people, male, female, white, black, gay, straight. When they lose that big paycheck, whether it's Joy Reid's $3 million, Don Lemon was making well north of what Joy Reid makes. Sonny Hostin reportedly makes $8 million a year on The View, which is why she can't, quote, leave the United States, and she's, quote, stuck here in Donald Trump's racist America. Where do these people get those salaries ever again? I don't think they exist. You mentioned Don Lemon having local ties and being a local news anchor. Don Lemon's never going back for whatever a local salary at NBC 10 might be for television news. I don't know if it's $250,000, $1 million, whatever it might be. He's not going to go back there with a wounded ego and as proud as he is and take that type of money. And then I see this story, and this is kind of the bigger picture here about the left-wing media. So Joe Rogan has now been dethroned not once, but in back-to-back consecutive months by a, quote, left-leaning podcast. Now, I've never heard of did we play one of these clips,
We mentioned it last month.
Okay. So it's the Midas Touch podcast, which is hosted by 3 brothers, Ben, Brett, and Jordy Mycelis, I believe is how you say the last name. They describe their podcast on their website as, quote, a pro-democracy news network. Newsweek has the headline, Anti-Trump Podcast nearly doubles Joe Rogan's downloads. They smoked him in the download department last month, 126 million to 65 million. Now, I don't know if this is a podcast that has sustainability and lasting power, unlike Kayal and Company, 32 months strong, no fall off. Get back to me when you've done it for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years. But I do think that this is one of those moments, and it also speaks to where MSNBC and CNN are. They have not recovered post-election. All of those fall-offs, 50% in this demographic, 44% of their primetime audience, they have not recovered. But here's a podcast dedicated to being the opposite of Joe Rogan that might be carving out its own niche. We'll see. I still think it's too early to tell. And I think it speaks volumes right now that nobody in mainstream or even non-mainstream, left-leaning to left-wing media really cuts through.
Yeah.
And I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan. I also don't think Joe Rogan is right-wing. Joe Rogan is not necessarily a diehard Trump guy by any stretch. But doesn't it kind of tell you where we are in the media ecosphere is that there's really not a big marketplace for mainstream left-wing views?
Yeah.
As far as ratings and revenue?
I see this a little differently. I see this as at least some people on the left have learned the lesson of what happened in 2024 and are embracing podcasts that or alternate form of media than they have. Because you mentioned it, Nick, MSNBC, CNN's ratings declining. It doesn't look like they're coming back.
No.
Rachel Maddow had, even though she's on 4 days a week now or 5 days a week now, she had a huge ratings decline. So they're not coming back to that, but they seem to be flocking to alternate forms of media, which I think means that at least some of them learn the lesson from 2024 and are trying to get media elsewhere.
Yes. And
which is a bad sign for MSNBC.
Correct. And you look at this. I mean, Fox News is getting more Democrats to tune in and watch their network these days than CNN and MSNBC. Talk radio, like Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, is thriving today, which is really fascinating. But those are kind of the staples of the opposite of mainstream media. Fox News and Talk Radio have been the counter for years and years and years, multiple decades. I mean, Fox News is about 30 years old, roughly. I want to say 96-ish, 97, 95, somewhere when that launched. But I never thought, after this show launched in October of 2022, that I would be sitting here and saying, the Republican Party has utilized TikTok better than the Democrats. I never thought that alternate forms of media, very tech-savvy type media, where, perhaps the presumption is, well, Republicans skew older. Can a Republican in his 60s or 70s figure out how to download an app and get the Spotify version of a podcast or watch it clips on X? And here they are. And you heard Dawn say this in 2022, 2023, and probably the early portion of 2024. Get it together, GOP. Get it together, Republican Party.
Okay.
They have.
Let me just say this to you.
Right?
I have, since I was a kid, because we moved around a lot, I studied television news. I studied it. I watched the news because of the accent, right? So I have been a student of especially television news broadcasting radio, but especially television, since I was maybe 8, 9, 10 years old. I studied it. Then I got into it and worked at a local public television station since I was 18 while in college. So I've studied this my entire life. I will say this. Number one, the reason that Fox is number one, I will tell you, is not just because of politics, is because they do it better.
It's true.
Look up at the screen.
Yep.
Look at the visual. If you want to talk about a visual medium, and that's what television is, nobody does it better.
They've done it better since 1996. Yep. You're 100% right.
Look at the way everybody looks.
Yep.
When you meet all the Fox people in person, the first thing you're going to notice is, wow, they look way better on TV. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Roger Ailes, even though he was a creep, had this brilliant vision for what people wanted on TV, and he was 100% correct. And if you didn't fit that vision, you weren't on.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like, well, you're very smart and you know the Constitution. No. You have blonde with long legs, and are you a firebrand? Then you're going to be on my TV show.
Yeah.
That's all it was. One more thing. I just want to say this before we break, because I see Tony Bruno in the On Deck Circle. Fest Guy says, only people like my 76-year-old mom watch legacy media. That's not true anymore. I
have teenage sons. I mean, they watch this stuff.
My parents, are not the most tech savvy people in the world. They watch YouTube. They watch us on YouTube. They're on other forms of media, not just 3, 6, and 10, like a lot of the quote unquote boomers are.
Yeah.
So I think that has changed, where you can't really say anymore that it's the younger generation that is online and listening to apps and stuff. Like I have my most of my family who are in their 70s listen to, because they don't get our station where they are, they listen to us on the app.
Yeah.
So that is not, and I've seen statistics too that show that there's a good portion of 65 plus that are listening on the app, watching on YouTube. So that is not true anymore, that the older people are the only ones watching legacy media.
Yeah.
I do wonder if, when we talk about demographics and sales and marketing and all of that, and my husband and I have talked about this for years now. You do wonder with the generations, because we're all basically living longer. So therefore, I wonder if we'll redefine some of those because truthfully, a lot of people in their 30s are still living at home, especially with pandemic. So you have one generation that's delayed that does not have money. They are broke. Then you have another that is looking younger, working longer, fit, active, and they've got the cash. They're spending.
Yep.
And many of them are well into their 70s. Will that change the demographics? I will submit to you that more people who don't take Social Security and don't retire in this Doge environment, that's a good thing for America.
855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, Tony Bruno's going to jump in and join the chat on the other side as we head down to Florida. But first, why don't you head on over to Bucks County Estate Traders? Because the truth is, they don't make furniture like they used to. If you're tired of that cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Their massive Hatfield showroom has over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture in their 58,000-square-foot facility with brands like Stickley and Baker, the kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time, and you can save thousands compared to new retail prices. No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit today's homes. That's why they are furnishing my new home. Well, that plus I don't know what good furniture is if it fell on my face anyway, but I do now. Bucks County Estate Traders, whether you're furnishing your living or your dining room, a home office, or what I'll be doing, furnishing a man cave, Bucks County Estate Traders, they have it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you can take it home the same day. And every piece has a QR code. We're talking about modernization and technology today, folks. That's right, QR code. You just pull out your phone, you snap a picture, you tap that QR code, you pull up your web browser, and boom, details displayed instantly. And their expert staff, best in the business. No pushy salespeople. They're straight shooters, and they know their stuff. And here's a pro tip. You can check out their website and call ahead. They'll have the pieces that you want ready to show you that day and that time. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or stop by their showroom today in Hatfield.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100% every time. It's spectacular. Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
We were at a party. The dear Lord fell in the day. Someone reached in and grabbed it.
7:50. Tony Bruno. It's just you and I. I don't know where everybody else went to.
Hello?
Hello, is anybody there?
Anybody home?
Does anybody work here?
Oh my God!
What happened?
I started in this industry in 2006. I don't think that's ever happened to me. I am so sorry. The coffee machine. Not to make excuses. The coffee machine.
It's unbelievable.
I'm an idiot.
You know what? It was an incident, and Nick gave mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to a gentleman who had a medical incident.
Yes.
Saved his life.
And then Dawn pulled out a tool belt and fixed the coffee machine.
And he did
was
not
hammering.
He didn't touch anybody's nipples.
Yes.
Thank God.
For the record.
No.
I'm going to have a meeting with myself. That's bad. Put that down on my file. Wow.
Good morning, Tony Bruno.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good morning, guys. That's okay. I was almost blocked by a federal judge from appearing on the show today. So, I got you beat, I think.
Well, I was told that the federal judge in D.C. actually sent the NASA astronauts back to space. They're not allowed to come back down.
Exactly, yes.
Yes.
And by the way, I think the federal judge in South Philadelphia has just summoned the dolphins around the shuttle, not the shuttle, the
pod.
The pod.
Yeah.
They have now been summoned to the prisons in El Salvador. That's what's going on.
Well, if I'm ever late for a returner from breaks, Stocker's going to send me to El Salvador again.
Amazing.
My bad. All right, let's get down to business.
Yeah, come on. Let's do this.
Let's get it down to the business, yo. What up, Wednesday? What up, yo? What up?
The Cut Sheet!
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squeal or a grinding noise, don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. That's Meineke.com. Thank you, Meineke, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition, the Tony Bruno What Up Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. My favorite edition. Don't worry.
It's a tradition unlike any other, let's be honest.
It really is. It really
Not
is.
until the Masters, which is a couple of weeks away, I guess.
That's correct.
That's the tradition.
Yes.
Tony, we spent a lot of the end of the 6 o'clock hour discussing the JFK files that weren't. I've made the claim, nobody else wants to believe me, that all of this has been released already. Just a bunch of names that may have been redacted in the first go-around or the second go-around. We're unredacted now, but there was no big smoking gun on this.
But that's not what they
But did you read, like, how many? Aren't there like 5,000 pages? Who had time to read
80,000.
5,000
I sat up all night.
80,000 pages.
I sat up all night, Tony Bruno, and I read everything. I read all the different pages.
Did they release all 80,000 yet?
Yes, I believe
did?
they did. I believe they did.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
The reason I'm bringing this up is because our boy Harry Enton, he did a survey, and apparently the thought process has changed on the JFK conspiracy theory between Democrats and Republicans. This used to be a big Democrat talking point, you know, because they love JFK.
Yeah.
Everybody's like the CIA, the government. You know, there's 900 shooters. It was the mafia. It was this. Apparently, that's flipped now.
Okay.
And it's the Republicans that believe that. Roll this.
Look, I'll tell you something you don't know, Aaron Burnett, and it is basically this: the percentage of conspiracy theorists who believe that the United States government was involved in the JFK assassination has gone up over the past 10 years. It is now the plurality leader compared to the conspiracy theorists. They used to think it was someone, hey, maybe it was Cuba, maybe it was the mob. That's actually down from 40% to 29%. And the overall number of folks who believe in the conspiracy theory that JFK was killed by more than one man is also up.
So in this thing of we are in this odd conspiracy-fueled moment, I guess that fits, right? That more people believe it. All right, Trump himself has talked about conspiracies about this death, including one linking Oswald famously to Ted Cruz's father. Okay,
I remember that one.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
His father was with Lee Harvey Oswald prior to Oswald's being, shot. I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. I mean, what was he doing with Lee Harvey Oswald shortly before the death, before the shooting? It's horrible.
Okay, that theory, I just want to note, was based on a National Enquirer story that the former publisher testified during Trump's trial.
Oh, that's Pecker. That's his buddy Pecker.
I love David.
But Trump is not just speaking for himself.
No, he's not. I feel like Regis Philbin. It's all bonkers things that are going on. Look, the percentage of Republicans who believe in the conspiracy theory that JFK was killed by more than one man is up significantly over the last decade. Look at that. From 49% to now with a clear majority, 71%, while Democrats have fallen from 64% to 55%. And that is because the Donald Trump base, right, the non-college graduates, they are the most likely to believe in the conspiracy theory, right? 73% of them compared to just 57% of those who just have a college degree and 44% postgraduate degree.
And this isn't there are more conspiracy theories, as we were talking about. People believe them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, we mentioned the JFK one, but how about Obama not born in the U.S., a quarter of Americans? How about vaccines cause autism? That's up. That's nearly a quarter of Americans. And then you get 10% of Americans who believe the earth is flat.
10% believe the earth is flat.
Well, 2 of them are
wow.
Oh my God.
Well, that right there proves the educational system is just
failed.
dead.
Well, there's so much.
I love how it's the Trump non-educated white guys who are the ones who believe this stuff.
Yeah,
Arlen Specter is rolling over in his grave now. For those of you too young to remember, our late great Senator Arlen Specter was part of that Warren Commission during the JFK assassination, the rigmarole that went on for year after year, decade after decade.
Yeah.
And who thought that there would be some? That's why this thing wasn't. The fact that it wasn't released is an even bigger outrage than the fact that there's 50,000 pages which still don't tell you anything. That's how long this nonsense has been going on. So people are going to rip Trump because he had a nothing burger. He at least released the stinking files to let people decide for themselves.
Yeah. I don't believe that there was multiple shooters. I know that was the headline on the graphic that they were talking about. I do believe it was just one shooter, but I do believe the CIA has their hands all over this from a complicity standpoint. I also find it interesting because there's many layers to what she was just talking about there with Harry Enton. I love how these people label it conspiracy theorists. I look at it from the other vantage point of, so you just believe everything that the mainstream media tells you. You just believe whatever the government arrives at conclusion-wise with an investigation, that's it, that you should just keep it moving and not question anything. I think we call those people sheep, correct?
Tony's right, though, that the basis of that whole clip we played is that the non-educated white guy are more prone to believe in conspiracy theories, because if you didn't go to Harvard or any of the college elite classes and schools, then you're somehow
but also
lesser.
Also there was 56% of college graduates believe it, and 44% with a postgraduate degree. So that's master's or a doctoral degree.
In my lifetime, I have come across more people in every walk of life that I've been through in my life. I have come across more people that believed that there was some sort of cover-up conspiracy in the JFK thing than didn't.
Yeah.
So
it's funny you mentioned with JFK and Trump here. Am I out of line by saying, yes I usually am, that if JFK was alive today, he'd be a Republican based on today's Republican Party?
It's really cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you play the old, if you play even some of his, different videos of when he was president, his speeches, you look at that and you go, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah. I mean,
so
honestly,
conservative.
You think Bobby Kennedy jumped ship and became a Republican? Could you imagine if JFK was still alive today? It wouldn't even be close. There's no doubt about it.
Well, remember, guys, his most iconic speech is "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." That would be far right. He would be a conspiracy theorist, a far right lunatic right now. When you play that speech, you listen to JFK's "Ask not" speech. He would be considered far right of Attila the Hun. That's what they would call him.
Let's see here. Trump was on with Laura Ingraham last night for a sit-down interview. Let's talk. Let's start with cut 16 here. He labeled the people who have attacked Tesla dealers are now, I guess, domestic terrorists. She asked him about that. This is cut 16, I guess. Go.
In what you've seen so far, do you consider what's happening an act of domestic political terrorism against one of your allies?
So Elon is a patriot. And again, I hardly knew Elon until the election. And he turned out that he liked me better than he liked these radical lunatics that were in it, better than Kamala, better than Joe, because he's an intelligent person. And he backed me, and he went. And he got very much involved. He thought he actually would go around saying, if Trump doesn't win, our country is over.
But do you consider this an act of domestic terrorism?
I think so.
Why?
I think that if and when they catch the people, and I hope they do, the good thing is they have a lot of cameras in those places, and they've caught some already having to do with that. I think that you will find out that they're paid by people that are very highly political on the left.
Meanwhile, it's because of Elon Musk. Everything he did with.
There you go.
I'm gonna defend Trump here with the domestic terrorism claims. Here's the definition from Webster's on domestic terrorism: involves acts of violence or the threat of violence, often with the intent to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence government policy, or affect government conduct, all occurring primarily within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States. I mean, when you torch Teslas, what message are you sending? I saw the video yesterday, and I'm almost certain this is correct. The Las Vegas Review-Journal, which is a very legit publication, had a video yesterday of Teslas that looked like they were a bonfire for a football game.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I mean, it's awful. All because
and there's
Elon
a guy
Musk switched sides?
There's a guy on video in the parking lot setting fire to each individual Tesla using a gun to shoot it. Then he firebombs it, leaves a Molotov cocktail there, walks down and does it to another car, a couple of cars down. But the best part is the media saying that, these are peaceful protests. Just the same thing as that, fiery but mostly peaceful. This is terrorism.
That's what we saw here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think people just hear the word terrorism and automatically assume somebody of Middle Eastern descent, killing people, beheading people, flying planes into buildings. Domestic terrorism, I mean, what's the point of terrorizing somebody? You're trying to scare them.
Let me ask you guys a question. Play devil's advocate. What do you guys think about hate speech?
I don't like it, but it's protected under free speech.
Speech is not burning down any businesses. Hate speech is protected speech. You can hate Elon Musk all you want. You can even go on his site, Twitter, and hate and not get banned anymore.
Well, the perfect
I got banned for tweeting "All Lives Matter" for God's sake.
Yeah, I mean the example we had here. What was it in Bluebell or where was that story, Dawn, that you had? The guy was waving he had the Nazi flag in Schwenksville.
The latest one.
He had the Nazi flag on his house. The media showed up.
That was Bluebell, but
or was that
latest,
Bluebell?
Yeah, the latest one was in Schwenksville. Yeah.
Yeah, and now that's hate speech.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you have to take the good with the bad if you're a free speech absolutist. The line where you draw is where we've seen at these Ivy League schools when the threat of violence is imminent.
Now,
that is not protected.
I'm not talking about it like that. What I'm talking about is that I've heard for years that there should be no such thing as hate crimes because a crime in itself has hate involved, and there's a different statute for a hate crime.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is that to be consistent, I mean, yes, what's happening to these Tesla dealerships is egregious and is against the law. It needs to be; these people need to be prosecuted. But the term domestic terrorism.
So you think this is a form of protest, simply?
No.
Okay.
No. They're burning down.
Right.
They're burning buildings. I 100% agree that these people need to be prosecuted. All I'm saying is that the hate crimes when with the Jussie Smollett thing that turned out to be like
the hoax.
Prosecute that like a hate crime. People were against that because it's a crime's a crime.
I get what you're saying. So let's ask the question then, what's the end goal of somebody nuking a bunch of Teslas? I think the goal is to put the fear of God in them that they should give away their Tesla or sell it or no longer be a Tesla owner, or you run the risk of having your property destroyed. You're instilling the fear of, I might not be safe driving my Tesla to the grocery store because somebody doesn't agree with my views and by the way, I feel bad for the people that just have Teslas that aren't political, right? Like that are not driving them for political statements, whether it's, the climate or that they love Elon being a MAGA guy. They were like, oh, it's a cool looking car. I want to get one, right? It's the new shiny object. I feel bad for those people that are like, hey, I don't have a skin in the game either way. Don't target my property.
Well, we see a lot. The one thing about Florida that's good, other than the weather being 80 degrees every day and just glorious, no keyed or torched Teslas down here.
Nice.
And no swatting so far. So we're safe down here. Now, nobody swatted me, and I'm glad because the only swatting I do is of those little nasty flies that come out in the spring. No-see-ums, they call them. They're so small you can't see them.
Right.
So they call them no-see-ums.
Right.
That's good science knowledge right there.
That is.
But the amazing thing here is the biggest criminals now in Florida are in Fort Myers. It's the city council of Fort Myers declaring that Fort Myers is now a sanctuary city, and 3 of the city council members and obviously Dawn knows very well, working at Fort Myers down here in Southwest Florida, you think it's a far red, right-leaning area. But the 3 of the 6 city council people in Fort Myers, Florida, have said that they will not allow their police department, to go after any criminals who may be hiding out here in South. Now, I'm talking about criminal illegals, not just some guy working mowing a lawn somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the hardcore criminals. And now the attorney general is filing a lawsuit against the city council of Fort Myers. Mm-hmm. So this mind virus of people not wanting people arrested who are illegally and criminally in the country, and a combination of the two, don't want those people arrested or even approached. Yet people are getting swatted by calling their local police station and saying that somebody's doing something wrong in a house because you disagree with what they post on social media.
Jeez.
That's how crazy everything has gotten.
And Governor DeSantis just sent the Fort Myers Council a warning about the way they're voting and even their vote that they want to block ICE.
And here I thought Florida was where...
Florida is where woke goes to die.
Apparently not.
Damn right.
Elon Musk was on Hannity. Because now it's just a rotating cast of Elon and Trump.
So Trump was on with Laura, and then Elon was on with Hannity. Mm-hmm. Who got in more words with the host?
State-run media. Elon Musk speaks out on the increasing number of terrorist acts against Tesla dealerships. Roll it.
Why do I see people like I woke up this morning and saw that Teslas were put ablaze in one of your dealerships in Vegas? I've seen this happen all over the country. Bullets are being fired. Charging stations are put ablaze. Teslas are being put ablaze. You have experienced assassination, threats of assassination for you and your family. What have you done that warrants this? Because I see nothing that you have done except help our country.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged. There's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
and I think there are larger forces at work as well. I mean, I don't know who's funding it and who's coordinating it, because this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
It's interesting. Years ago, he was the champion of the left. Elon Musk stood for humanity, and he was going to revolutionize technology and science for the greater good of mankind. And then all of a sudden he says, y'all are kind of crazy. I'm going to go over to this side. And now he's getting firebombed, which, by the way, it doesn't work. I mean, it only illustrates the hypocrisy of the left with tolerance and inclusivity and diversity and equity. Where did all those mantras and those buzzwords that were shoved down our throats for 5 stinking years go? Now all of a sudden it's, I don't like what you stand for, so I'm going to obliterate your property, which you can continue to do that. You just show that the Republicans are the party of common sense right now. But more importantly, Tony and Dawn, they don't have any counter. There's nothing they can run with right now to defeat Republic. I would say this, and this is a little tongue-in-cheek, but I would argue every 50-50 coin flip political race that's coming up in the midterms, unless Republicans are trotting out some slapdick that is awful, unless we're trotting out like a Mehmet Oz that's got no chance of winning anything, unless that's the case, every coin flip Republicans, or not everyone, because it's not 100%, a majority of the coin flips for the seats that are going to be available in the Senate and things like that are going to go Republican, because the Democrats have nothing to cut through. It's all noise. It's all hysteria. There's no substance to it. And that's where they're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Listen, the whole thing about are the Democrats ever coming back? Who cares about that right now? They care, but they're doing everything in their power. Tim Walz is running out there, happy that Tesla's stock is going down. This is the guy who just got slaughtered in an election, and he goes on Gavin Newsom. So all of this nonsense right now. By the way, here's a bigger story that people aren't talking about when everybody's talking about which party has more power. How about the fact that the FBI's most wanted, 3 of the FBI's most wanted suspects have been caught since Trump has been in office in less than 3 months, and 0 have been caught in the last 4 years under Joe Biden. So don't tell me that when you change things, things don't change. I mean, here we are with a brand new FBI director, assistant FBI directors, CIA people going in, and the leaders are now doing what they're supposed to do. When you're on the FBI most wanted list, it's not just the poster you see in the post office and they never get caught. 3 of them have been caught already in the last 50 days. So tell me that changed. That's the line that Trump used, Well, what changed about the border? The president changed. That's what changed. Yeah. There are almost 0 people getting over the border illegally now. Tell me that's not change and change being affected. That's all people care about. All this nonsense and minutia about who's more popular and who's going to be the savior of the Democratic Party. Nobody cares except the Democrats, and even they're too triggered. They're hating on each other. Let them hate on each other. Let the Democrats hate on each other. To me, we worry about our egg prices. Gas prices are going down. And we just want to live every day without worrying about nonsense and which political party has more power. That's how I live my life.
We will get to who's going to run the Democrat Party in a couple minutes because there's a new poll out, Tony. I don't know if you saw this, and who CNN thinks should run the Democrat Party.
Tony loves a good poll.
Oh, absolutely. The one at Club Risque is heavily used by Harry Mays and I back in the day. Yes.
You guys put that poll out to pasture.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Also hit the little bell so it can alert you when we go live. You can see all these videos along with us. Please, 121 likes, and there's like close to 600 people watching. Like,
come on, man.
Come on. Like, yeah. Do you not like the show? Come on.
Do.
Hit the like button.
By the way, the Hannity thing, if you have there's a hysterical moment in that.
Is there?
Where there is. Where Hannity misspeaks and says how fast his new Tesla goes in .02.
Yeah.
And Elon laughs out loud and he goes, you know how he laughs and he goes, you'd be dead if you could go that fast. And then Hannity kind of, I think, doesn't like that he laughed, that he misspoke and kind of like, talks over him and like ends the interview. It's just sort of
wow.
Hannity's a horrible interviewer, by the way. That was a terrible job by him. I was trying to watch that because I wanted to hear Elon Musk, after the spaceship was recovered. I wanted to hear it, and I turned it on, and I'm like, the guy just can't ask a question. He's got to tell his whole life history about he bought a Tesla. Big deal.
It's always about him.
You're a multi-millionaire. You bought a new Tesla.
Yep.
Congratulations, Sean.
Sean Hannity,
Jesus.
weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on Talk Radio. Oh, no more.
But you're right. I mean, he has Elon Musk there who's outside the White House, right? And you're exactly right. He just like goes on.
Standing on the North Lawn at 9:30 at night, and he's asking him 2-minute questions.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you get from a high school graduate.
Oh, that's not right.
Look
at you.
Hannity didn't go to college.
Look at you.
But then again, college doesn't really matter. I still haven't figured out run versus ran.
It's true.
No, I mean, I agree with Tony. I was reviewing it this
come
morning.
versus came.
Yes. That's why I use a different word.
I was reviewing it this morning. I'm like, why didn't he, to Tony's point, why didn't you let him just talk? He's a really interesting
Exactly.
Guy, you know?
Hey, just real quick before we do continue the cuts, because Tony, you mentioned gas prices. I just want to give the 3 states for our audience. This is according to AAA a day ago. So let's start with Pennsylvania. The record price for gas in Pennsylvania actually was June 12th of 2022. So that was right in the middle of the Biden administration, $5.07 a gallon. A year ago today, $3.58 per gallon. Today, $3.21 per gallon. So we're down 37 cents a gallon from a year ago. For New Jersey and our New Jersey listeners out there, let's see here. The record was $5.06 back on June 13th. It came down last year, $3.25. It's now $2.91 in Jersey. And for some of the select few in Delaware, let me just give you Mike Opelka country, because I know we have listeners in Delaware. The record was $4.99 in June of 2022. A year ago, $3.29. Today, $2.87 a gallon. So there you go. About 30-some cents per gallon from a year ago today.
This is these 2 cuts I pulled for one of our listeners, Fulton Jack. He emailed in, and we do take requests. So if you want requests, you can email me.
Hey, on a serious note,
all requests Wednesday.
You're already taking requests for the right donation for the playlist with Travis Manion.
Yes.
Yep.
We should sell the cut sheet for the donations as well. Let somebody concoct a cut sheet.
Oh, God.
You think that's easy, folks?
Oh, God.
You think that's easy? Stalker Phil and I, we send emails all day long with clips that we find.
And I use most of them, don't I?
Yes.
So
yeah. But that's not something that's put together in 5 minutes.
Do I want to give up power like that to this? I don't know.
Give up the power.
These are, I edit this right before we go on the air.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
$25,000 will give you to relinquish power?
Let me think about it. If somebody in the YouTube chat wants to pony up a hefty amount, I will. Should we? All right, how about this?
Let them find the clips and then intro them on the air.
I was just going to say that. How about this? How about they find the clips and they can take over my job for a day?
Yep. You can just sit in there and oversee.
I like this. Okay. Who right now on the YouTube chat? Just a quick gut check. How much would you donate to do this?
And do I get 10% finder's fee?
You would have to come in to do this, by the way.
I want my
You have to
vig.
come in person.
Yes, come in person. Right. You can sit in there. You can be the fourth box. I'll play the clip. I'll play the clips. I won't even comment on them. It'll just be It'll just be person X and Nick and Dawn, and maybe if it's a Wednesday, it'll be Tony Bruno.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll mull this over. Mark Kelly, Fulton Jack wanted me to play this. Mark Kelly made a big showing.
Oh yeah.
Moron.
Earlier this week.
He and his brother are both dopes.
Senator
both astronauts, but both morons.
Senator from Arizona.
I need Jimmy to pull that.
He made a big showing that he drove in his Tesla to Washington, D.C., but it will be the last time that he's going to do this. Let's play the first clip here, Phil.
Hey, folks, it's Mark Kelly here in Washington, driving to work for the last time in my Tesla. When I bought this thing, I didn't think it was going to become a political issue. Every time I get in this car in the last 60 days or so, it reminds me of just how much damage Elon Musk and Donald Trump is doing to our country. Talking about slashing Social Security, cutting healthcare benefits for poor people, for seniors. It's one bad thing after the next. He's firing veterans. I'm a veteran, so I have a really hard time driving around in this thing. So I think it's time for an upgrade today. So this is going to be my last trip in this car. There are some things I really liked about it. There are things I didn't like about it, but that doesn't matter. What matters is, doing the right thing. I think it's time to get rid of it. Elon Musk kind of turned out to be an asshole.
Yeah.
I don't want to be driving a car built and designed by an asshole.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, it only became a political issue because of your radical constituents. And actually, it's also a political issue because of your party with their obsession with EV mandates and climate change. Elon Musk didn't do anything politically to the Tesla to make it unworthy of you driving it around. You know what's amazing is he obviously liked Tesla. There was something about it that he says, I love this vehicle. I want to buy it. It's the same thing like with me with the NBA. I didn't stop watching the NBA because they became political activists. I stopped watching it because the product sucks. Not because of the political messaging. The political messaging doesn't help, but the league is terrible. So I like Bruce Springsteen's music. I don't stop listening to, I didn't delete Bruce off of my Spotify playlist because he's a left-wing maniac now. I would never allow something that I love, content consumption product-wise, to all of a sudden that became politicized where I would ditch it. That's why I call out some people in this audience that say they don't watch the NFL anymore from 8 years ago from Kaepernick. So if you really love the NFL, you're going to continue to watch it. So I'm calling Mark Kelly out. As Tony Bruno said, moron. And watch your mouth, sir.
Yes. This is a family program.
I'll go farther.
Okay.
Mark Kelly is an asshole, and so is his brother.
I don't think you can say that.
Yes, he did. He said it twice.
I dumped it, sir. I dumped it.
We
How
forgot
dare
to
you?
censor it.
You can dump that, too.
I did.
I mean, the movie Spaceballs. Remember?
I know. You don't have to say it again.
Helmet.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded by...
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
I think you can say that now. That's not. That's an actual. That's an actual scientific term.
So anybody who's not watching on YouTube or listening on the Odyssey app, and thankfully there are tons of people doing that.
It's only Wednesday.
Didn't hear any of that commentary.
Yeah, I mean, forget Spaceballs, folks. I prefer
Big balls
or
hairy balls.
Exactly.
For the people listening on 1210 WPHT, Mark Kelly said that he's giving up his Tesla. What is he giving it up for, you ask? What is he giving it up for?
Lent.
Yes.
Roll this.
All right, here
Not for Lent,
I am
no.
with my new ride, good old Chevy Tahoe.
A Chevy Tahoe.
Here in Washington,
Yes,
D.C.
Guzzler.
Got one of these in Tucson as well. This one was made by Union Labor, United Auto Workers in Arlington, Texas. Always good to buy Union cars. Incredibly reliable.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to driving this for many, many years.
As Dawn said,
Believe me, you will guzzle.
that Chevy Tahoe is going to guzzle you up for $92 a fill-up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know. That's kind of interesting. So now he's got an American brand SUV. He's wearing a Navy hat with camouflage.
Yep.
I don't know. I thought, isn't that the look of MAGA Republicans that don't go to college, Mark?
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, I have nothing against Chevy Tahoes. I think they're great cars. I'm just saying that it's a little hypocritical for the people that wanted to save the planet and save the environment with a Tesla, now buying a quote-unquote gas-guzzling SUV, right?
It's just amazing how dumb they look. Every time they try to counter anything from Trump and Musk, they look even worse.
So true.
Just stop talking.
Yeah.
Come up with a policy that somebody likes. Not 9% of citizens. Dope.
13 here, Phil. So you played a little bit of this in the big take this morning, Nick. Gavin Newsom on his podcast. By the way, who's his podcast for?
That's a great question. I don't know.
Because I feel like when you're like the liberals that like him hate this podcast. I don't know if you've seen the reviews for this podcast, but they're not super positive.
So it's just like Michelle Obama and her brother's podcast.
Exactly. Yep. So like I understand you wanting to bring on people that you may or may not disagree with and, have conversations with them. I'm all for that. I think there needs to be more of that. I think it's a great concept.
Well, it's pretty fascinating that everybody has left mainstream media from a consumption standpoint because they don't want to hear from people like Gavin Newsom or Michelle Obama. So you once again talk about not reading the room correctly. If nobody wants to see you on legacy media, you think they're going to search you out for a podcast?
That's a good point. So Gavin Newsom tries to kind of school Tim Walz on MAGA because Tim Walz goes down the hole. Like, how can you compromise with misogynists and racists and all that stuff?
Yeah.
Roll this.
Yeah. Taxes. I can't message to misogynists. I can't message that women shouldn't have equal.
But I think if we say people are misogynist, then we're falling prey. We're in that frame. Not everybody that disagrees with us is a misogynist. Even those that. But I think this notion of toxicity in masculinity needs to be separated. And I think it's been conflated. And I think we're going to have to work on that a little bit. And I think there is a crisis.
I think some of us scare them. I think I scare them a little bit why they spend so much time on it. No, I'm serious because I can fix a truck. They know I'm not bullshitting.
Oh, my Lord.
I'm not putting this in people's grill. I don't know. My identity is not hunting. My identity is not football coaching. My identity is not, a beard and a truck. I like all those things. But how did we get to this where have they figured it out that the identity piece of this is more important than the actual substance?
Oh, see, actually, it's really not, sir. Yeah. It's funny. You're talking about. So you're saying the right has an obsession with identity?
Yeah.
I don't see MAGA Republicans going on TikTok referring to themselves as he/him or dyeing their hair and talking about their beards or the fact that they have a shaved head or that they wear camouflage when they go. Like, the left is the one obsessed with the identity. And, Tony, this is the thing. You want to talk about trying to get common sense men to come back to your party? How about you just stop calling every person that you disagree with that's a man a misogynist and a racist?
And this is a clown, by the way, who just got whooped a couple of months ago in an election. And what does he do? He goes to Wisconsin. He goes to Iowa and has a town hall with the people of it. What's he running for president of Iowa now? He's got enough problems in Minnesota.
Yep.
And this guy's going to do town halls, with people who like him in Iowa. It's just ridiculous. The guy just lost. Meanwhile, you got our governor, your governor, my governor, part of my governor, not my governor down here, the one that's still in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, who's trying to outdo at least Shapiro when he tweets every day with nonsense, self-serving, I did this, I'm saving that. At least he's still trying to run for president in 2028 by telling everybody how great he is. Meanwhile, Gavin Newsom's trying to tell everybody how not great he is, that he's not as bad as the rest of his party. And so that's what you have going on right now. AOC can't figure it out. The Democrats don't know who they are. That's the problem. They don't know. And obviously, Tim Walz learned nothing from getting absolutely trounced as the vice presidential candidate to help bring down Kamala Harris. He is as much of the reason, and his creepy wife with the let's turn the page. Those creeps basically killed their own campaign, and now they're trying to blame everybody else. That's turn the page.
Yeah, Tony, I've got to turn the pages right now, actually.
I love when Tony calls somebody a creep. He's amazing.
He's a creep.
Creep coward,
He's
by the way.
He's a man after my own heart. I love it.
right.
By the way,
Thank
if you're listening on
Yeah.
if you're listening on 1210 WPHT, the last 15 minutes may not have made a ton of sense to you. That's why you should go on the Odyssey app, download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's all free, and listen to 1210 WPHT there, or watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, because it's all uncensored there.
Yes.
Here we had to, we may have been.
We got to get the FCC. I need to get the FCC commissioner on the show tomorrow morning
Brendan
to
Carr.
explain that we can play. When somebody is making a statement,
Agreed,
and they say something that is or not, it's not even one of the 7 deadly words. So how is balls okay, but the other part, the real part of the body, not acceptable?
Agreed.
I mean, come on, man. It's 2025.
I know. We're trying to compete with podcasts, with everything else. We're not competing with the other local morning shows. We're competing with everybody, and we need to have a step up. And if we're not able to compete with that, and let an occasional dirty word go, how are we going to compete?
I agree. I'm ready to flee the country. I can't take Trump's America anymore. I'm moving to Ireland.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Get on over there and hit the subscribe and like button right now.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa. Get the meal deal that you really want. Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal gets you any sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size hot or iced coffee, and a hash brown for just $5. Mornings made easy because you got to have a Wawa. More of the cut sheet with Tony Bruno from Florida on the other side. But first, a word from our friends as I turn the page from Wawa to Natural Lawn of America. Because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results, but also that is safer for your family and your pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and your pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. But don't just take our word for it. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying that beautiful, eco-friendly lawn that you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today, and if you do, you get free seeding every single year. Call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Home is where everything should just work until it doesn't. When your heat, AC, electric, or plumbing acts up, Oliver's got you covered. With decades of trusted service, Oliver keeps your home systems running year-round. Call Oliver today or visit oliverheatcool.com. oliverheatcool.com.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
There she stood in the street, smiling from her head to her feet.
8:36 Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno is with us from Florida as we continue Greg Stocker's never-ending, sometimes uncensored cut sheet.
Yeah. Well, if you're listening on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
Watching on YouTube.
This cut sheet has more redactions than the original JFK files.
Comment of the day.
Yeah.
We have a leader in the clubhouse.
Tony mentioned, so we discussed Mark Kelly. Tony mentioned his brother Scott. His brother Scott was on Fox News, I think, discussing the astronauts coming home. And
both brothers were there.
He said that they were not abandoned and stranded up there by Biden, like is being reported.
Okay.
That they could have come home at any time, is what he said. Well, I mean, he is
Take an Uber.
You think he would know? You don't think he would know that?
I don't know.
I think they would have come home as their bone density. I mean, look
Yeah.
up. I was researching this yesterday. The health impact.
Mm-hmm.
You are not, as astronauts, they have rules about how long they can be up there with zero gravity for a reason. This is detrimental to their bone density, to their emotional health, but their physical health, their organs, their spine, their spinal cord. I mean, this is dangerous for their health to be up there this long. If they could have come home, they would have come home. They couldn't.
I don't know what the political endgame would be if they were making it political to say that Biden left. Biden's been defeated since November, so you could have came home November 6th if you were making it political.
Well, it's
this
political.
doesn't add up.
It's political because Elon Musk, I mean, that was one thing that he was able to say during the Hannity interview.
Right.
Because Hannity did ask him that, was that Elon Musk stated again last night that SpaceX offered to go get them. And under the Biden administration, they said, no, thank you. They said no. They turned them down.
All right, well, let's roll the clip, and then we can discuss this after. Roll it.
Mental side to it, too.
Hague, Butch Wilmore.
Brett, before I talk about that, let me say something. I was watching the previous, your previous program, The Five, and they're talking about abandoned and they were stranded by President Biden. That is not true. They have had a spacecraft up there since September that was going to bring them home. They've always had a ride home, and the decision to keep them up there had nothing to do with politics. It was just the fact that you need crew members to operate the space station, and they were the two that were there, and you had to send up a vehicle with 2 empty seats. So the safest thing to do was to just leave them there. But they weren't stranded. They always had a ride home. Now,
So you're telling me they did all these media appearances on television talking about how they've been left up there and that they're waiting to come back home, and it was all a stunt, is what you're saying?
It makes no sense.
If you have the ability and you're saying you want to go and you don't go, then that doesn't add up to me.
All right, then let me ask you guys a question, because this is a serious question. Why, like in Biden's addled pudding brain, why would he leave them up there? It just makes no sense politically.
Probably forgot they were up there to begin with.
But somebody around him should have said, hey, you know what I mean? Like, they're up here. It just makes no sense to me, logically.
What makes sense, Greg, and this is, okay, think about this.
Yeah.
This is the same administration that allowed a minimum, but let's say an estimated 20-plus million people to just unvetted come into this country, a minimum of 11 million, but an estimated 22 million. Whatever, to just come into the country, rapists, murderers, other countries let out their killers to come out of their prisons to this guy. So we were all just the collateral damage.
Well,
right?
this is also the same administration.
Let me finish my point.
Yeah.
My point is this. It's the same administration that put us in peril for what? Because we were just collateral damage to their political party and adding voters. It's the same thing if you think about it. They didn't care about these astronauts who were up there nearly 10 months.
The same administration that left an American journalist in a Russian jail cell, but rushed to bring home a lesbian basketball player, right? Everything they did was political. Everything they did was to thumb their nose against the majority of Americans to appease fringe communities. This is also the same administration that botched the Afghanistan withdrawal in 2021. I'm not sure that this administration could tie their shoes simultaneously while chewing bubblegum. Yeah, so I mean, I don't and if Elon Musk came out, now I don't recall the timeline, Dawn, but you mentioned this, so I'll just bring it up. If Elon Musk offered back in, did you say September to bring these people home? Well, what's happening in September? We're 60 some days away from an election. Elon Musk has aligned himself with Donald Trump. Do you think if you're a Democrat and you're in that Harris-Biden coalition, you want Trump's new little right-hand man to bring home astronauts and give them political points? Probably not. Cold and calculated, but you probably don't want that, I would think.
So Scott Kelly is lying?
He's being a political hack.
Yes, he is.
He's lying.
Okay.
Boeing had
Just asking.
the issue is they were trying to resolve the mechanical problem that Boeing had. That's why they couldn't bring them home. So they were stuck and they were trying to figure this out. But at the end of the day, nobody really was talking about the fact that these individuals, these astronauts were up there for this was dangerous to their health. This was a threat to their actual physical health.
Well, here's what Sean Hannity or Laura Ingraham should do. They should say, hey, Bob, my producer, let's skip interviewing Trump and Elon Musk for the 12,000th time, and let's interview the chick with the hair that's sticking up and the dude on the space shuttle and ask them the question on live television, were you offered a ride home prior to your rescue?
Nick, they might not have been told.
Okay, well then find somebody that does know the answer. And these are simple questions that we could get answers to if we had a media that actually just asked basic questions.
Well, they did ask him.
By
and
the
they
way,
said
Nick,
yesterday
they
were
were,
grateful,
yeah.
you guys. They said, thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Elon Musk. Thank you for bringing
that
us
wasn't
home.
yesterday, Dawn. They were interviewed a week ago. They were interviewed a week ago
They were
from
interviewed
space.
a week ago, but they were saying from space, Tony, they were saying thank you because they knew who
my point
that they were
is,
stuck.
my point is that clip that they ran, that clip of the two astronauts and one astronaut in the middle, the two stranded ones, they were the ones who were interviewed from space, and they thanked Elon Musk and President Trump for helping bring them home. But unfortunately, a lot of the media are running that as if it happened yesterday. That didn't happen yesterday because they were immediately taken to a hospital after they recovered this capsule, after they got them out of the shuttle, of the pod, and they bring them to a hospital for medical examinations. So once they are cleared and they're able to walk. But you remember, they were exercising. That woman, Sunny, she was doing marathons in space because she knew the danger. She ran marathons in space just to help for her bone density and all the things we talk about, because you're not supposed to be in space for 9 months.
Yeah.
And so if Joe Biden could have brought him home in September, when, by the way, the two astronauts who returned with them, that's when they went up in September. The Russian guy and the other American who returned in the capsule, the four, they were up there from September, and their mission was completed on this. That's why they went up with two people and left the two seats empty. Anybody who's saying otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about.
I just want to know if the question
Joe
was...
Biden stranded those people up there. That is the absolute fact.
I just want to know if they were asked by anybody in the media, did you have the ability to come home? And it's a yes or no question.
Agreed.
I mean, that's all. That's as simple as that. Were you offered the chance, or did you have the capability, or were you really left there and you needed whatever went up to get you to bring you back? Then we have our answer.
Well, okay, a couple of things. So earlier this morning, I did report in the news exactly what Tony said. They did speak out earlier, and I reported that yesterday they went right to the medical facility because they couldn't walk. If you notice, they needed assistance. Your bones are weakened. Your bone density is actually weakened. Your internal organs. I mean, if you look at the medical impact of that zero gravity, it's a very big deal. And so this is something that I don't see people reporting it. I don't see anybody talking about for the past 9 months. And I'll just ask you this. If this happened during Trump, and we had President Trump at the time, or even now, with astronauts up in space, with Boeing having...
He'd be impeached.
Yep. They would say, "Oh, look at Trump. These
Did
poor
Biden
people."
send them up there?
Well, it was under his administration. Did he personally send them up
They
there?
went up when? In September or before September?
No, it
now
was
remember,
like
guys,
June.
they went up. They went up with the Boeing Starliner. Boeing had its own capsule, and they sent those two astronauts in the Boeing capsule up to the space station.
And Boeing
they
looks
got
really
there.
bad here too.
Yeah, but Boeing got, and that Boeing's been cooperating. But Boeing, when they went up there, they had problems with the thrusters. So they didn't want to take a chance of trying to come back and having something terrible happen. So they left that capsule up there on the space station. But then Joe Biden had a chance to have Elon Musk. Elon Musk offered to send, because remember, that capsule that returned yesterday and splashed down in the sea of course, the Gulf of America, right off of Tallahassee here in the Gulf Coast, that thing was sent up 4 times. So that's not a one and done thing. They bring it back and then they send it up. So that capsule has made 4 trips to the space station. So it's not like, they have to get a new one all the time. That's the problem. The problem was those people came back because they were only 2 that went up on the Starliner. They were stuck up there for 9 months. And when the other astronauts who came back with them, they completed their mission. The other 2 astronauts, the Russian and the American who came back yesterday afternoon, they were there in September when they went up. So that crew, Sonny and the other guy, they've seen 4 different missions come and go since they've been up there.
Yeah. And by my count, they blasted off June 5th. Elon Musk correctly last night. It was practically 10 months.
Okay.
In space,
June 5th.
yeah.
That was 3 weeks before Biden's debate against Trump. So, wow.
So think about what you just said.
Yeah.
Think about the timely nature of this.
I think they probably realized after Biden's debate on June 27th that they'd rather just stay in space than come back.
It just shows you
Yeah,
how
JK on the stream. That capsule looks like it went through Philly streets for 6 months.
They shot it off from Kensington.
It just shows you what they were worried about. They were worried about the look of everything. They were worried about the election. They weren't worried about our safety. They weren't worried about these astronauts' safety, in my opinion.
I agree with Nick. I think that some reporter, some journalist should ask that question. Like, I don't understand why nobody's asked that question.
My point on that repeatedly, Greg, is that the astronauts, if you're up there in the ISS, Elon Musk is not calling you. Do you know what I'm saying? So they may not be aware. They probably learned from somebody asking them. But they personally didn't get the hey, you want to come home? I got a SpaceX.
Well, but I'm sure they had to have communication with somebody in a position of authority that has knowledge of the situation to figure out how you're going to get these. I mean,
I'm not sure of that, Nick.
Well, they can do an interview on Fox and Friends, but they can't find out from their bosses what the hell's going on.
Exactly. I'm just not. I'm just saying to you that they may not be the ones, but there is this thing called Freedom of Information request.
Sure.
There should be transparency, and we should be allowed by the past administration to find out what were those conversations. Did anybody have a conversation? Well, we can't let SpaceX. So in other words, who turned down SpaceX? This is the real question. Who turned down SpaceX?
This is the equivalent of Sam Bankman-Fried doing an interview with Tucker Carlson and nobody in the jail cell knew about it. And then they threw him in solitary confinement. Hey, bro, you can't do media.
Wait a minute, you're wrong. They couldn't interview them yesterday because they were coming back and going right to the medical facility on the helicopter.
I'm not saying it needs to be done now in like the next 12 hours. They got to go through medical checks, the whole bit. I'm saying in these last handful of months.
Well, after they were finally taken off, NASA had a news conference around 7. They came down at 7:00. And they quickly got them out of there. But then the NASA people, they had 3 people on a table having a news conference, and one was from the International Space Station, the other one was from NASA, the other one from SpaceX. And they all agreed that Donald Trump and his administration and Elon Musk with SpaceX and NASA were the ones who decided they had to get them out of there as soon as possible because they were up there longer than any other astronaut in the International Space Station has ever been. Yeah. So this was a medical situation. It wasn't just we'll get to you next time. It's not like they were staying in a hotel and then they got a free couple extra months or not complaining about it. They were in space for 9 freaking months.
Yeah.
Now, does that have to be edited now?
No. Here's the other question that needs to be asked and answered. How did they survive under the assumption they were only going up for 6 months? What did they do?
Because they grow their own food up there, Nick.
Yeah.
They have gardens. Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, they have other spacecraft that go up
Don't
and
you watch
bring
Black
them
Mirror?
new provision.
No.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
I just wait to be educated on the air.
There's a great Black Mirror episode with who's in it? It's about space and
John, I don't think I know everything. John says, I don't think I know everything. I have followed this very closely. I've been watching spacecraft come down into the ocean since back in the 60s.
Yep.
Okay. And they've always recovered. And that's the amazing thing with the technology. When the space, whether they were the Gemini, the Apollo, whatever they were, they always splash down and you wait for the ship to show up and get them out. So that hasn't changed. The technology of the rockets landing back on the pad, that's all the new stuff. But recovering astronauts with parachutes in the ocean has been going on for 60 years.
It's known as RIDGE, radiation isolation, confinement, distance from Earth, gravity effects, and hostile environments.
Not Tom Ridge.
No.
Not Tom Ridge, the former governor of Pennsylvania.
Former Homeland Security Chief.
Not Ridge Pike.
Blood clots, pooling, reductions in bone density, poor digestion, lower nutrient absorption, musculoskeletal atrophy. In other words, you have muscle and bone loss. It hurts your heart function and reduces your blood pumping. It's all zero gravity effects.
All I'm saying is that I don't swallow anything anybody tells me as fact, whether it's this administration or whether it's Scott Kelly or whatever the hell this guy's name is. I want to have a open mind about this, and it just doesn't add up because yes, the Biden administration was horrible, of course, but it just doesn't make any sense to me that he would leave him up there for no reason. It just doesn't.
And that's Mark's
pass the smell
brother,
test.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And
they're
Mark's a
brothers.
NASA guy, right?
They're both astronauts.
They're astronauts, but
they're both former astronauts.
They're astronauts, but they're Democrats, so they can't be correct.
No.
Well, they're airheads. That's for sure.
He went, look, let me just say this. Let me just show you his bias, okay? That here they are. They're celebrating. No, here they are. This was this celebratory homecoming. It was wonderful. And what does he do? And you heard the cut. He says, "Oh, earlier on year 5, you had this," and he goes on with critiquing the fact because he's an astronaut and he knows everything. Okay, so either you believe that that Elon Musk did not offer, which is why they did ask him later, did you offer to bring them home months and months earlier? The answer is yes, absolutely. SpaceX was offering, we can bring them home, we can get that home. So either you believe it's political, or to Greg Stocker's point, you believe that I imagine the government has never really done that before, relying on a private entity, albeit obviously SpaceX receives all the government entities and funding, and they work directly hand in hand with the government. So either you believe that they just didn't trust a private entity or that partnership, which they funded, which makes no sense, or you think it's political.
I'll tell you the lesson
Here's
the lesson I've learned the last 15 minutes. I'm not going to space. If I ever had an inkling to go up there, I ain't going.
You wouldn't know what to do.
No, I'm going to stay on my pontoon boat. I'm going to navigate to Tony Bruno.
Yeah.
But I disagree.
Damn right.
I think the fact that Elon Musk, and that's my question, have we ever had that with a private partnership, funded by government?
No,
you know what I mean? Like, that gives me more confidence.
Now, I saw other astronauts, former astronauts, saying, remember, the last time we were flying, NASA was flying a spacecraft with the Challengers. Remember the space shuttles? That program has not been in effect since 2011. That's how long we haven't been flying. So private enterprise, that's where Starlink came in. NASA wasn't really sending any craft up. Elon Musk and SpaceX revolutionized it. Elon Musk saved the space system because it's a combination of private enterprise and NASA, which is still in existence, working together to launch satellites. They actually bring freight up. It's like a commercial company that brings satellites up. People from all over the world, countries are using SpaceX to launch things into space, satellites and other products that the government couldn't do anymore because we stopped the shuttle program. We have not had a space program since 2011. Thanks to SpaceX and NASA combining efforts, private and government enterprise, we now have an actually productive and responsible space, and the entire world is involved. It's not just an American thing.
I think we can all agree on this, though, that Elon Musk is now public enemy number one between the Tesla firebombings.
I agree with that.
NASA, space.
I agree with that 100%. He's even more of a target, in my opinion, than Trump is.
The only thing left to do, and I've said it in the big take when we've talked about this, is
Trump is smart for keeping him close.
Thank God he hasn't been shot at yet.
Yeah,
but that's the only thing separating him and Trump.
Trump is smart for keeping him close because he makes him he's like I don't know, this guy's doing this. Not me.
He's my shield.
Exactly.
But you know what?
Exactly.
Maybe that's the true reason Vivek Ramaswamy left, because Vivek knew in a game of rock, paper, scissors.
Ramaswamy.
Right? Ramaswamy, Vivek knew, between Trump, Elon, and Vivek, who would be the most hated guy? Vivek.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So he was like, I'm not going to be the most hated. Let Elon take that.
By the way, Vivek read all 80,000 pages last night in 9 minutes. The whole file.
And I'm done.
Chat, what did
in all seriousness, has anybody put the JFK files through Grok?
I saw people tweeting that last night.
Did they?
And posting the responses. Yes, and
it's a pain because they released like 2,000 files. That's why I kept asking Greg, did they finally, because they released like 2,000 some files. Some of them are like 1 page, then 2 page. So if you go, because I always go to the government site. So if you go to the actual site, the way they release, then it's a pain to try to put it through Grok.
Yeah.
I just put it through Grok right now. I just typed it in. I said, who killed JFK? It gives you a long-winded answer, but a lot of people say Grok is broken. That's not good.
Well, Grok, somebody asked Grok who is the biggest disseminator of misinformation, and Grok says Elon Musk.
No, his own app?
his own app said him.
What if he said Grok?
Wow.
It's amazing.
Oh, and then Elon Musk said to Grok,
go yourself.
Yeah.
We have to take a quick timeout and then more. Tony, you got to bounce, right?
No, I don't have to bounce.
All right, good.
Oh.
All right,
I'm
good.
free to move about the country.
All right, then we're going to do more. With
I'm
Tony
swimming
Bruno.
with the dolphins in the Gulf of America. I'm so happy. Come on, guys.
I have a lot more from Trump with the Ingram angle, where he talks about Canada. He talks about his phone call with Russia, plus the judge situation that we haven't even gotten into. He discusses all that. We'll get to that on the other side.
I'm also getting tweets saying that Laura Ingraham was very testy and was challenging him.
I
Yes.
haven't. I wonder if Greg thinks she was acceptable.
Wow.
Because she
I mean, she should be.
Yes.
She should be. It's not state-run media.
Yeah.
I'm glad that they get access to this administration, but
Yes.
don't give them a
A bunch of softballs.
No,
Greg.
give her, I was gonna.
No, she asked him tough questions.
She did.
Yeah.
I just think.
Unlike Sean Hannity, Hannity has to tell his entire life story before he asks the question.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't tell us all about the wedding, how much weight he's lost for the wedding.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know people were complaining last night. I can't believe Laura's challenging Trump. Not a good look. This is why I watch Newsmax.
The only reason I would say they edit, obviously it was not live. So my only criticism of it, because sometimes she really talks over him, and is Laura. I know you're trying to look tough, but truthfully, it's edited, so you could just wait till he finishes and then ask your question. So part of that, I just want to point out to you, is that was show.
Yeah, she's got Hannity syndrome.
No,
855.
the opposite. She's trying to not look like Hannity. To your
Oh,
point.
she's
You
trying
know
to
what
look
I'm saying?
She's trying to be spunky like Caitlin Collins.
Maria Bartiromo did a good job of
did.
pushing back on him too. So.
Yeah.
Kudos to them.
Maria's just more artful at it.
There you go. Shout out to all the broads standing up.
The broads.
There. Yeah.
Listen to Kayal.
Can I say that, or do we have to dump that as well?
Broads.
Don't try to make a succinct point and just
You know,
I like a spunky
Laura
female.
Ingram would kick your butt.
Yeah.
She would.
Look at her. She's very fit.
By the way, EKZ.
How about Tim Waltz? Can you take Tim Waltz in
Yes.
a one-on-one?
I'm actually going to issue the challenge right now as we wrap up. I will fight
too.
Tim Walz at WrestleMania 41.
Oh, here we go.
And if I lose, I will give a year's salary to the Travis Manion Foundation.
Your wife would push back.
The challenge has been laid
I would
down.
perform the Stone Cold Stunner.
Yeah.
On Tim Waltz.
Tim Walz, you and I, buddy, Hell in the Cell.
By the way, EKZ, in responding, Nick, to you going to space, he said there's a lot of space between your ears.
There is. My head's a 7 5/8. That's the size fit.
By the way,
head.
quickly,
We all
the
take
greatest
shots
tweet
here.
is from Glenn Jacobs. You know who he is? He's the mayor of that
Kane.
town in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Knox
Yeah,
County,
he's
brother.
Kane. He actually posted a picture of Tim Walz in a onesie with the red, white, now with the rainbow.
Yeah.
And he says, with that steady stare and chiseled physique, who wouldn't be intimidated seeing this across the ring from you? And it's a picture of Tim Walz in one of those singlets with all the rainbow colors on it.
Amazing.
I believe Kane will be joining us for TMF on Friday. as
I believe you
rumor
are
has it.
correct. Yes,
Yeah.
I believe you're correct.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kane,
Yes.
Kane.
All right.
And is the Undertaker joining him too? Because he's awesome too. The Undertaker.
Undertaker's a Trump guy as well. All right, back after this with Tony Bruno. Stay right there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
Or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich. It's the only we have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years, and so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, V-A-N-A-R-I-A, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard.
Oh, yeah. All aboard the crazy train that is Kayal and Company. It's a Wednesday morning, 9:06. Fourth and final hour brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? No, it's not AOC. It's your brake pads. Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke. With their expert technicians, they will diagnose the problem quick, fast, and in a hurry. Find a location near you. Meineke.com. Tony Bruno sticking around with us as we continue what Stalker has in the leftover column.
By the way, Ozzy's Crazy Train, we're playing this for a reason, and you will find out coming up at 9:50 today for the rock community. About 43 years ago, I believe, was a big day in rock music. Not for a great reason, but the guitar work on this song is amazing.
Okay.
Sorry, I digress.
And we're about 43 minutes away from Phil Almquist coming up.
Yep. So the judges. defying court orders. All of that was in the news yesterday with a judge slapping down the Trump administration. The whole Aliens Enemies Act or whatever it was, taking Tren de Aragua back to Venezuela, all kinds of that. Let's start here with cut 17, with Trump asking about the courts and defying court orders. Roll it.
People from mental institutions and prisons.
The judge is essentially saying, excuse me, Mr. President, that there still is a process in place. You can read between the lines. It hasn't been a full ruling yet, and I know the Justice Department is appealing this on a couple of different grounds, but this is leading people to wonder whether there are court orders that you will defy because you believe that the judge has no jurisdiction or they're political questions and not justiciable at all. And what would you say to that? Are there circumstances where you would defy a court order?
Well, I think that, number one, nobody's been through more courts than I have. I think nobody knows the courts any better than I have. I would say the chief judge does, but nobody knows them better than I have. And what they've done to me, I've had the worst judges. I've had crooked judges. I have judges that valued Mar-a-Lago at $18 million because that benefited his case, because he wanted to see me convicted of something. I have judges that had relatives making millions and millions of dollars on the election, ruling on the election.
But going forward,
I had judges
would
that
you
were
defy
so
a court
corrupt.
order? Because we all know that, and that was outrageous.
I never did defy a court order.
And you wouldn't in the future?
No, you can't do that. However, we have bad judges. We have very bad judges, and these are judges that shouldn't be allowed. I think at a certain point you have to start looking at what do you do when you have a rogue judge. The judge that we're talking about, you look at his other rulings, rulings unrelated, but having to do with me, he's a lunatic.
So a couple of things here. Obviously a difference with some of these federal district judges, this one specifically appointed by Obama, the one that is shooting down the transgender participation in the military, an Obama appointed judge, a Biden appointed judge from 2 years ago. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people on the left that are speaking out today that Trump doesn't listen to judges when it doesn't go his way. That are the same people that probably said that Joe Biden should ignore the Supreme Court judges when they said that the student loan bailout was unconstitutional. I have a piece of precedent here. I don't know if this is verbatim, whether or not it's applicable to Trump's case here, but they say in 1866, this is deep in the weeds, but I think this audience will understand this. The Supreme Court ruling in the case of State of Mississippi v. Johnson, the president, the court ruled that courts cannot enjoin the president in the exercise of his official duties. Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, which outlines the powers and responsibilities of the executive branch, which Donald Trump is a part of, does not grant district court judges the authority to issue injunctions against the president. If that is true, and if that can be applied here, then the judge is overstepping his or her boundaries in regards to Trump as far as putting the temporary hold on this action.
To me,
here's the thing. That's not the only judge, though. Now,
Right.
we got another judge yesterday puts out an injunction that Trump cannot ban transgender individuals from serving openly in the U.S. military.
Yes.
Yes. So it doesn't matter. They can find judges who are all appointed judge. Now, remember, most of these judges aren't elected either. So the whole Elon Musk, nobody voted him in. Right. Nobody voted these judges in.
Yep.
And they're trying to usurp the power of the commander-in-chief of the United States. Meanwhile, Joe Biden signed executives, or somebody signed executive orders for Biden every day. And as you pointed out, he defied the United States Supreme Court, and they did nothing to him.
Right.
About the student loan nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
If I can interject one little thing, because we're talking about different cases. As far as U.S. District Court Judge James Boasberg, he's the one that talked about the El Salvador flights back and forth.
Yep.
That was the one. That was the first one. That was the one where Trump said Boasberg should be impeached. And this elicited that rare statement from Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts, where Roberts said for more than 2 centuries, it's established impeachment's not appropriate. Basically, kind of a warning saying, allow the appellate review process, allow the process. It's kind of like the Sixers, trust the process. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Except 10 years later, the process crashed and burned, and then we're all miserable.
Trump responded to what Dawn was just talking about with Chief Justice John Roberts. Roll this.
We're gonna first hit the other big news of the day, which was the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court issued a rare statement about your suggestion on Truth that you posted earlier today that Judge James Boasberg should be impeached after he ordered those deportation flights to El Salvador halted, essentially turned around. The Chief Justice said more than two centuries, we understood that essentially impeachment was for very rare circumstances and not an appropriate response to rulings you disagree with. What's your reaction to the courts stepping in to make a statement here? They didn't make a statement when Joe Biden decided to forgive all those student loans.
Well, he didn't mention my name in the statement. I just saw it quickly. He didn't mention my name, but many people have called for his impeachment, the impeachment of this judge. I don't know who the judge is, but he's radical left. He was Obama appointed.
I think the other thing that people have to realize, and I've mentioned this in the past, I mean, yes, it's great that Trump has a Supreme Court majority of 6-3 of conservative justices, but it doesn't mean that every conservative justice on that bench is going to necessarily just acquiesce to everything that eventually works its way up to the top, which is, of course, the court of last resort. I have actually no problem if you challenge a federal district judge, like you said, Tony, especially one that's not elected. These are appointed with, bias, I think, sometimes intentionally. But, I mean, when you get to the Supreme Court, I mean, that's it. You can't appeal to a higher court than that. So once they come down, like they did with the Biden situation with student loan, I mean, the law is the law, and they've made their ruling, and you have to follow it.
Allegedly.
And my point on this, you're right, Don, this Boasberg guy has more mud than the bottom of the Rancocas Creek over in New Jersey. I mean, this guy, all the stuff they're dredging up on him about his family, his wife, his sisters, conflicts of interest everywhere. And this Judge Reyes, by the way, who says Trump can't ban transgender, she was the first LGBTQ federal judge installed in 2023. So she's an LGBTQ federal judge who was put in 2 years ago, and now she's acting as an activist judge because Trump wants to ban transgender from serving in active military roles, not from being in the military. So this is another activist judge playing her game. That's not their jobs.
And if you look at it,
their job.
We have judges fighting back against deportations. We have judges fighting against merit-based decision-making in the military. And we have judges being resistant to the draining of the swamp with all of the absurd corrupt spending from USAID. We have judges basically intervening to try to derail the Trump 2024 agenda. That's what we have here.
Yeah, when you think of, Boasberg, his daughter, the famous quote with her that she allegedly had, and I believe this was public, but she reportedly called the Lake and Riley Act a, quote, terrible law. So these are his direct family members. His own wife hosted a campaign event with Doug Emhoff and the vice president. So I think that's where Trump was talking about the fact that he had a conflict of interest. So that one, I think, look, in that case, by the way, I think there's so much precedented law that I think Trump wins that one as far as that whole court case about those so-called dangerous individuals being flown to South America. However, the transgender serving in the military, I think that's a stickier issue. So I think there are two different, there are all these different court rulings. I just think the transgender one is a stickier ruling, and I think that will be interesting what the Supreme Court does with that.
No, I agree. My point is not that this, these rulings are all different, but I'm saying that the judges who are making these decisions, trying to usurp the power of the president, the commander in chief, they want this to go in courts. They did the same thing with Trump when he was president, when he was not president for 4 years. And Trump's right. They have been after him since he came down the escalator. And in some cases, they may be warranted. But the fact that they're trying to stop the president from doing what he has been elected to do is just embarrassing. And the fact that people are supporting these judges and don't think that any of them should be held accountable or be investigated, this Boasberg guy is as dirty as they come. There's no question about it, is there?
No, you're right.
She also asked about Canada and how we are, they were an ally, and now maybe not. And the tariffs and sanctions that we're slapping on seem to be harsher than ones we're slapping on our enemies.
This is where it got very testy, right?
Yeah. Roll this, Phil.
Canada was meant to be the 51st state because we subsidize Canada by $200 billion a year. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We have a lot of lumber. We freed it up, as you know, last week. We're freeing it up so that you can actually cut down a tree without being, given the death penalty. Because what these radical environmentalists have done to our country, but we freed it up. But we don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything. We certainly don't want their automobiles. They make a lot of millions of automobiles are sent in. I'd rather have them made in Michigan. I'd rather have them made in South Carolina or any one of our...
You're tougher with Canada than you are with some of our biggest adversaries.
Only because it's meant to be our 51st state. And
okay, but...
It's meant to be.
It's just what's meant to be, it'll be.
Smart move annexing our closest ally?
I mean...
I don't think it matters because they need us.
Canada is so low energy. Yeah. I really don't know exactly what they offer us. But if that number is true with the subsidies on an annual basis, it goes back to what I like to talk about. And I'm not one of these, these art of the deal people. I mean, some people think that Trump's never had a bad business deal. And the guy's had casinos go under, his university tanked, whatever. But why are we always, and this is to me not a Trump stance. This is an America First agenda stance. Why are we, the United States, the most powerful nation on the planet? Maybe second, depending on where China ranks in certain categories. But why are we always on the wrong end of a business deal with another nation, right?
Yeah.
I thought we kicked ass and took names for a reason, right? And here we are, and we're giving Canada all of this for what? Labatt's and Molson?
Thank you.
These beers suck.
And they have that low alcohol beer. Who the hell wants that? Robin wouldn't even sniff low alcohol beer. You know what I'm saying? She wants the highest alcohol content known to man.
Boy.
So you think she's going to be drinking Canadian beer
No.
or Canadian Club or Canadian
Hell no.
Mist?
Yeah.
Hell no.
I don't even drink Canada Dry Ginger Ale.
Well, I'll drink that because it's not made in Canada. That's just the name of a company. Come on, Nick.
I have it too when I get the stomach flu.
Road Warrior says that Canada has more concentrated rare earth minerals than Ukraine does.
Okay, well then let's get some of them. Let's get some of them for the $200 billion we're giving away to that nation. I'm guessing we probably do. So
more from the leadership because there was a change in leadership there because Trudeau stepped down.
And this is temporary, right? Up until September, October.
Yeah, that when they actually elect a new, the liberal, it's the liberal leader. I don't.
This is an interesting response that he gives.
Their form of government up there is weird. But let's play cut 18 here.
The Liberal Party is going to win now in the next election, most likely. And they were down and out. Isn't that going to make them more hostile to us and possibly
I'd rather deal with a liberal than a
for
conservative.
China closer to Canada, and that would really put us in a bind.
The conservative that's running is stupidly no friend of mine. I don't know him, but he said negative things. So when he says negative things, I couldn't care less. I think it's easier to deal actually with a liberal.
So I was under the impression
Pierre
Poilievre was the favorite to win the prime ministership.
Which tells me he's tougher to negotiate with. The other guy's more of a pushover. That's what I infer.
Here's the other thing, though. They have both spoken out against Trump, the liberal and the conservative of Canada that are going to be running head-to-head. They have both spoken out in defense of Canada. It's probably the one thing they agree on with the tariffs with Trump.
By the way, guys, another one of the big stories from yesterday that affects locally is Trump yesterday pausing $175 million in federal money to Penn for, their policies forcing women to compete against men in sports. So that was a big decision made by Trump yesterday involving the University of Pennsylvania.
By the way, speaking of Trump in Pennsylvania, he will be in Philadelphia this weekend at the NCAA wrestling tournament at the Wells Fargo Center. I don't know if you guys saw that, the big NCAA wrestling tournament being held this weekend right here in Philadelphia. And according
I heard
to
Clay Travis will be there wearing a singlet to show everybody that he's in town.
Oh, is Clay Travis going?
Well, so
yeah, I saw him tweet that he's going to be invited on the Air Force One to go to the wrestling tournament with Trump.
Cool.
How about this administration? Maybe making the president available for us. He's going to be in Philly. Can we get him on one of the? And it doesn't even have to be this show. Can we get him on the Dawn show? Can we get Donald Trump with Dom or Rich?
Maybe he would like to call in for a radiothon.
Travis Mannion.
Travis Mannion
on Friday.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Be interesting.
Yeah. Hell with Clay Travis, Kayal and Company.
2020, Phil.
Yeah, screw Clay Travis.
Hell with that.
Cut 20 said that he'd be open to doing more trade with Russia. So we're not going to so hang on. We're not going to do trade with Canada, but we're going to do trade with Russia.
Well, I just thought. Wait a minute. Didn't Laura Ingraham say that he only pushes back against weak leaders? He doesn't push back against some of the more staunch adversaries.
Roll this.
Oh.
How can we trust that Vladimir Putin actually wants that, in that he's not also being influenced at the same time by his close friend, President Xi of China?
Well, look, we have our own discussions with President Xi of China, and he wants to get along also, and he's looking to get along, and we're looking to get along with him. And we will. We have a problem of trade where we have a very big imbalance with China. With Russia, we don't have that much trade, and they'd like to, and we'd like to also. They have some very valuable things for us, including very big forms of rare earth. They have a lot of earth. They have a big chunk of real estate, the biggest in the world for a country by far. And on that, they have things that we could use, frankly, and that other people could use. I think that President Xi would like to get along, and I think Russia wants to get along with the United States. I also think we're a much different country than we were just a few months ago. We're a country.
I saw people, especially on the left, reacting. There's actually still people on social media, on X, the platform, that don't agree with right-wing politics, and they were going nuts about that answer last night on social media. I almost get the sense that the left really wants Trump and Russia. I really think they're at the point now where they're rooting for World War III. I don't understand this notion.
You're right.
Of,
You're
correct. You do business with Russia. Why are you in bed with the bad guy? So do you want to go to war with Russia?
You're correct.
I mean, I don't want to butt heads with China, Russia, or Iran. I don't want to butt heads with people like Canada that I know that we would wipe the floor with in 9 minutes. I don't understand this desire for seeking violence and blood and death.
Agreed.
It's really bizarre.
I agree with you 100%. There does seem to be these people that are just banging the war drum again. Like we have to defend Ukraine at all costs. I'm like, really? And you gonna send your kids over there?
And
I ain't.
Trump is very much anti-war, but he even hinted at possible conflict with Iran moving forward.
Oh, that would be a mistake.
Which would also be. That's why I lump Iran in there with Russia and China. And I don't think Trump wants to drum up the war machine. His track record speaks for itself. But the way he framed it left me a little uneasy. I'm like, is this inevitable? He made it seem like it could be inevitable, which is the scary thing. Yeah. And I don't think anybody wants that, unless you're a nut job on the left and you're going to use that against Trump.
We have to break.
Yeah, we do. I agree. All right. Tony Bruno, you going to stick around for a little? For some reason, I thought you had to go today at 9 o'clock, but I must have misread something.
No.
Okay, that's my fault.
No.
Then you're hanging with us, buddy.
Listen,
you're hanging with us till the end.
No
all
problem,
right?
man. It's only 73 now. It's going up to 80. I got time to tan.
Hey, we're going.
No problem.
We're going up to
70. Yeah, we're going up to 70 though, Tone.
Thank you, Don. Yeah, that's
right.
No,
that's great. I mean, it's that time of the year. Yeah. Baseball's a couple of days away, and up there in the rare air.
Rare air. Rare air.
Kayal and Company, we continue on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Their extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz is phenomenal. We're talking about 3 locations, Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, where they combine luxury, because that's Mercedes-Benz in a nutshell, with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you will find a luxury vehicle that meets your every need. Schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz today, or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City at Piazza premiumautos.com and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
We got to talk about my friends at Marvin E. Cans, my guys, because you got to make sure that you keep your home warm, efficient, safe throughout every season. It's paramount, right? And that's why my guys at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, they were just out again last week, had them out for some maintenance to check a few things. Marvin E. Cans, and you're going to hear more about them because a family of real war heroes. Marvin E. Cans, third generation and military veteran founded. Take my advice, just call Marvin E. Cans, get your furnace checked, get your system checked for the new season upcoming. If they feel that your unit, needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price, and they're going to install a high-efficiency Trane furnace. Yeah, Trane, Trane, the best. It's hard to stop a train, as they say. Just contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans, Kanze, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, marvinecans.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm headed to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-7 733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Kayal and Company rolling on. This segment brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer for safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn. Make sure that your lawn thrives naturally. Season after season, choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. Movies, music, and previews for the top of the hour on the way. But right now, on the way is Dawn Stensland with a Big 3 at 9:34.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
You know, the headline this morning makes it official. I had reported to you back February 21st, looking back through my newscast. So it's a Kayal and Company news follow this morning as we look at what's going on at one of, if not the largest employer right here from where we're broadcasting from at Odyssey World Headquarters in Philadelphia. This is UPenn had announced back in February that they would reduce their graduate admissions and that they would as well start making some cutbacks. Why? Because they knew that these federal research funding cuts were looming, that they were pending. There were sources already saying that they would not accept as many graduate students. Professors were expressing some frustration and speaking out, behind the scenes on this. But this is a funding cut that is now made official, that we're hearing about this, and the reaction is, just happening and rippling through. The Trump administration has officially paused $175 million in funding. This is to the University of Pennsylvania over, among other things, the transgender athlete policies.
Mm-hmm.
One of the headlines this morning, Title IX, and this doesn't even scratch the surface of, remember, all the lawsuits. There are civil lawsuits being brought forth by former students who had to swim against the trans student, Leah Thomas, who was a former male student on the male team, Will Thomas, who then transitioned over.
Yes, we've got that story. Also, I think Maine as a state is defying Trump on the Title IX front. So We might be due for another Title IX big take, Dawn. I feel like I've done 3 or 4 of them in 3 years, but people don't want to follow the rules. We might have to readdress this tomorrow.
So it's the cause and effect of policies and then what the federal government can do about it. So that one is going on this morning. A lot breaking, a lot developing, and it's almost hard to choose what to talk about. We have been talking about the astronauts who touched down, who splashed home yesterday, a 59-year-old and 62-year-old astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. So why didn't they immediately visit with President Trump? Why didn't he greet them there? Or why didn't they immediately, head for the Oval Office, as we sometimes see astronauts do? Well, Trump did comment on this as well, and he said that as soon as they, quote, get better, as soon as they're medically checked out, they will, in fact, there is a planned visit to the Oval Office where he can praise them and give them their props, if you will. But Mr. Wilmore, who's, again, 62, Williams, 59, arriving back home after 278 days, nearly 10 months in zero gravity, very tough on their health. And that's why this morning, after splashing down into the Gulf of America, thanks to SpaceX Dragon, the number one priority, according to the administration, is that they get better. So they're receiving medical treatment.
I wonder how long that rehabilitation process takes. It's got to be weeks and weeks and weeks, I would think. That's not a quick recovery. That's not just, 2 nights of good sleep and you're back to yourself, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I think these are all great questions as far as normally if you're, let's say, 3-4 months in space. There was one cosmonaut we talked about yesterday, Valerie, right, a female from, obviously not an American astronaut, but who had been up there like 400 days. So, yeah, you wonder. And I think it depends on the individual.
Yeah. She's Russian, right? The Russian that was up there
the
you
cosmonaut.
mentioned?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Russians, they take Stoli up there when they go to space.
The dude was a Russian. The guy who came back was Russian.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, this is all, I think it's a fascinating question. And then as well, male and female. Because if you think about Elon Musk, he wants to establish this colony. But I think it's fascinating also, I will say, what if these were millennials? Out of all the astronauts they chose to go on this trip to the ISS, these individuals are more Gen X. And
Gen X or boomers?
Well,
Gen X.
right on the cusp, I guess, because when they went, I don't know what their birthdays are, but they're like cuspy. So boomer, Gen X-ish.
Well, that's because
not millennial.
Gen X is the toughest generation, so of course.
Allegedly, so
Allegedly.
I don't know. I think
No, it's
boomer,
fact.
I don't know. But I'm just looking.
Not tougher than my grandparents were. Excuse me.
So your grandparents
the
were
greatest generation. That was the toughest generation.
Or my mother. Yeah, my mother's generation.
Yeah, the greatest. The greatest
my dad's
generation was the
generation.
toughest.
Exactly.
I would say Gen X second toughest. Thank you.
But I did wonder. I thought, I wonder why. Because back in the day, they used to make sure there was like almost like the Eagles back in the day. The rule of you couldn't be over 33, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, how interesting that these individuals are not in their 20s or 30s, or according to Don Lemon, they'd be way past prime.
Oh, that's right.
But
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
But when you think about it, it's not just you have to be physically fit, silly, but also you have to be mentally fit. You have to have this really tolerant, laid back personality. And I thought, wow, that whole thing fascinates me as far as the fact that your physical health, the recognition is dictated by your mental health.
Yeah. Well, Elon Musk, I think he said on the highly in-demand Ted Cruz podcast that life expectancy on Mars could be as soon as, I think, 2029?
No, he said it's much later than that.
Maybe 2045, I saw.
He said like 2035 or 2045.
Okay.
It doesn't matter,
I'll
You'll
be
be dead.
space dust.
I'll be dead anyway.
I'll be space dust by then. Yeah, I'll be space dust.
But once I get fired from this job, I'm going to go to Mars. That's where I'm going to retire. I hear it's cheaper than Florida.
The Mars colony. Maybe, who'll be on there? Nick Kayle's daughters. They'll be writing books about their famous dad.
Imagine how great golf
Greg
is with no gravity.
Someday those will be the Daily Mail headlines.
Daily Mail.
Legendary brand manager Greg Stocker's son speaks out. You know what I mean? Nick Kayle's twins.
Fired MAGA host relocates to Mars.
Yeah. By the way, breaking news from Governor Josh Shapiro.
Yep.
Let me read this. Pennsylvania has a proud history as an energy leader, but other states are hustling to pass us. We need to take action to keep up. My, quote, lightning plan will lower costs, protect and create energy jobs, spur innovation, and take meaningful action to address climate change. That's right. Climate change.
Yeah.
Is what's holding Pennsylvania back with energy.
Bruno's breaking news, sponsored by Kitchen Magic. Dun 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 dun. Because Bruno brings some magic. Now that was number 3 in our big 3.
Thank you.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Their experts are going to guide you every step in the way, from free in-home design consultation to their top-notch installation. Right now, you can enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Seriously, they're wonderful. KitchenMagic.com.
I need a new kitchen.
I know, I do too.
Can they come down here? Can they come down here and help me and Miss Robin get our kitchen together here in Southwest Florida?
Hey, Kitchen Magic.
Kitchen Magic.
Get on that.
Bring the magic.
Do your magic.
Do your magic.
Bring it down here.
Thank you, Kitchen Magic. Kitchen Magic, can you ensure that Tony and Miss Robin have a little magic in their Kitchen Magic kitchen?
We couldn't hit a
we have
bull's
the
ass with a
appliances.
bass fiddle.
We have the appliances. We
Yeah.
just need the cabinetry.
By the way, Road Warrior says brand manager starts pot farming on Mars. And with that,
all right, Bruno, get out of here. We're done with you.
We
Have a
wrap
great
this
day,
segment.
buddy.
I'm leaving.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, good night, everybody.
Love you,
There he
dude.
is.
Love you, man.
There he is. Tony Bruno with us. We'll come back. Jimmy, Phil, and Dawn, previews, movies, music, prizes, all the stuff. It's like a carnival in the last 15 minutes.
It is. We're having fun.
Stick around. We're back after this.
Got to talk about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You know that Mike and Mark Chapman, the first time I met him, it was almost 10 years ago. They've done beautiful work in my home. And I'm picky. I'm a picky one when I look at, who's going to come into my home. So everybody's fully vetted. I love the crew. I love the camaraderie at the Chapman family team. So 2 brothers founding this company some 30 years ago, and now they're their own family, their kids are helping to run the company, working within the company. That's what I love about it. There's such a great camaraderie and chemistry and positive energy. And Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they do beautiful work. I love the fact that they only use the best products, the highest quality technicians and people installing them, but as well, you've got companies like Certainteed. Look them up if you don't know about Certainteed. Just awesome. And the James Hardy siding choices, beautiful as well. High quality people installing high quality products. So whether it's windows, doors, that's the work they've done in my home. Whatever you need, Chapman, they're going to meet your needs, and then they will exceed all expectations. I promise you that. Just check them out. You can always call them, but I would say go to the website first. Look at those before and after photos. That's what I love. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dolan sent you.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1010. 800-885-1010. Again, that's 800-885-1010.
Window Nation stands with WPHT's Radiothon in support of our veterans. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Make a difference. Support the Travis Manion Foundation and invest in your home with Window Nation.
Hey, it's Rich. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Of course. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Kayal and Company, 9:50 as we wind it down here on a Wednesday. The Dawn Show is coming up, and today in music history, moments away. But right now, time to win another prize with Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm not singing.
Oh, Cherie. Of course you're singing. You're a singer. That's what you do. You sing and you strut around in your underwear, okay? But most importantly, you do what I tell you to do. And right now I'm telling you to get in the booth, so get in the booth.
No.
You get in that booth, Cherie.
No.
Get in the booth before I lose my patience and send you back where I rescued you from.
Good. Send me back.
Great movie.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
That was actually an exchange between Stalker and Dawn when Stalker tells Dawn to get into the news booth and deliver the news at 6:05, or he's sending her back to television.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
But I digress, and as I spill my coffee.
And I have to follow that.
As I run to get coffee every chance I get.
In your booth.
Well, coffee hall. Yeah, I need an IV with the caffeine.
Gave you a dedicated booth. Stay in the booth. All right, if you know that movie clip and no, it's not Greg and Dawn, you will get a pair of tickets to see jazz guitarist Yashko Stefan on Sunday, March 23rd at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more info, visit bucks.edu/tickets. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Time for music.
Bingo hand job.
Not with him, but with Phil Almquist.
Today, March 19th, we celebrate the birthdays of Billy Sheehan from Mr. Big, who's 72, and Bruce Willis, who's 70. Heavenly birthday shouts to Ricky Wilson from the B-52s and Paul Atkinson from the Zombies. We also lost Randy Rhoads on this day in 82. Sings include Sister Golden Hair by America in 75. Albums include Aqualung by Jethro Tull in 71. Hearts by America in 75. Dressed to Kill by Kiss on the same day. And Violator by Depeche Mode in 1990. Also in 75, Led Zeppelin played the first of 2 nights in Vancouver. Tickets cost $7.50. In 74, Jefferson Airplane was renamed to Jefferson Starship. In 78, Billy Joel made his UK concert debut. In 2010, listen if you didn't get the clue, the movie The Runaways about the all-girl rock band premiered in theaters. Also in 75, the Who's movie version of Tommy premiered in the U.S. In 70, Bowie married his first wife. And in 1919, jazz music plays throughout New Orleans after a serial killer threatens to murder anyone not listening to it. But lastly, on this day in 2001, Aerosmith, Michael Jackson, Paul Simon, Queen, Richie Valens, Solomon Burke, Steely Dan, and the Flamingos are all inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
2 nights in Vancouver, huh?
For $7.50.
What about 1 night in Bangkok? All right, let's get
I can't
to,
even get a beer for $7.50 now.
Exactly,
right?
you're telling me. Dawn Stensland's coming up in 6.5 minutes, and she tells us what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we've got it all covered. We'll take a deep dive into the astronauts and update you on their medical conditions, all of that coming up. Pennsylvania Congressman Ryan McKenzie, we've been having fun following this freshman congressman as he and his wife have a little baby. First time, in Congress. So he's so much fun. He's really refreshing. And so we'll catch up with Congressman McKenzie. Also, my dear friend, Jeff Bartos. We'll hear from Bartos, the Trump administration, and hopefully get some reaction to what's happening with UPenn, these now announced cuts. There's so much breaking and so much happening locally, nationally, and then Josh Shapiro, too.
By the way, we don't have a winner.
Jimmy
Kelly,
2 days in a row.
What was the what's the clue for today? Like, is there a reason we picked
The
this?
movie came out today in 2010, if you listened about a minute and a half ago.
Right.
I actually mentioned the band.
Hello, this is Bill from Montgo. The correct answer is The Runaways. The movie The Runaways.
Bill, you won 2 days in a row.
Thank you. The Runaways. I like that movie.
All right, Jimmy Kelly, tomorrow, Home Alone, Jaws, Rocky 2, something that people
I
can
would have
get.
picked The Who, Tommy. But,
Especially when they perform in their underwear.
Yeah.
I really like that.
Apparently, Anthony Dorenzo's back picking movies again.
Clearly.
I'm watching it right now.
That Bill
Listening to you.
has such nice blonde hair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
It's Sister Golden Hair.
Can I get the Yakov Smirnoff tickets?
Maybe it's because our tickets suck. Like who wants to?
It's a terrible prize.
All right,
Yako.
Pick easier movies.
Let's go get Yako.
that's not a hard movie. Somebody on the YouTube chat got it. Baxter.
Oh,
This is Baxter.
well, call in. Can we have Megaphone Greg on Friday?
like
That'll be
that.
so much fun.
We got Baxter and
Bingo hand job.
There you go.
Oh my god.
The new morning show.
Can
Baxter.
you give us a bingo hand job reference?
No,
Doctor,
no,
with the microphone.
Nope. I refuse to. All right, we have to make way for Dawn.
All right, Dawn is coming up next. Everybody have a great rest of your
A more
Wednesday.
serious show.
And we will have Sean Farish tomorrow
You have to
with
check
a
down the
little
hole for that.
at 7:45. Take care. Bye-bye.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for